That's really fun. Welcome, everyone. I now call the January 17th, 2023 regular City Council meeting to order. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. The City of Bothell is now providing the option of attending council meetings remotely or in person. Public comment will be allowed both in writing or verbally. Verbal comments may be taken either in person or remotely. Sign-up sheets were provided online by the City Clerk's office via link from the agenda. A call-in number was provided on the meeting agenda for members of the public who wish to call in by phone to listen live to the meeting. If you have called in, we ask that you mute your device so as not to interfere with the meeting. If a participant fails to mute their connection and causes a disruption to the meeting, the connection will be terminated. At this point, we'll take a moment to take roll call of the council members by position number. Please say here when the city clerk calls your name.
Councilmember Zorns?
Here.
Mayor Thompson?
Here.
Councilmember Alders?
Here.
Councilmember McNeil?
Here.
Councilmember Menke?
Here.
Councilmember Dodd?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Here.
All present.
Thank you, clerk. Next, I'd like to reiterate some meeting guidelines. For all remote meeting attendees, please speak clearly and pause frequently. State your name each time before speaking. Mute your microphone when not speaking. The first item on the agenda is meeting agenda approval. Are there any other changes to tonight's agenda? Councilmember Menke.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize to anybody who has to hear this again, but I have to read this statement for transparency purposes per the city attorney. Per RCW 42-23-030 and 42-23-040, I have a remote interest in AB 23007, which is before council for second reading and passage tonight. In order to provide full transparency and to comply with these RCWs, I request that the city clerk note in the official minutes that I own 35 shares of T-Mobile US Incorporated, a parent company of T-Mobile West LLC. My ownership stake in the company is valued at $5,000 approximately as of the close of trading. These 35 shares of common stock constitute 0.000028% of the parent company's 1.24 billion outstanding shares.
Someday you're going to buy a 36th share and we're going to be all like, ooh, look at you. That wasn't on the script. That was all me. Next up is presentations, reports, and briefings. And clerk, do we have any public engagement opportunities? All right. January 19th through February 7th, we have the Downtown Environmental Covenants public comment period. Ecology and the city are proposing to remove the environmental covenants at Bothell Paint and Decorating, former Hertz, and Bothell Landing sites. Review documents and submit comments at bothellwa.gov/downtown cleanup. We have a middle housing walking tour on Tuesday, January 31st. You can see examples of middle housing in Bothell that are in our neighborhoods already, and join the city January 31st for a middle housing walking tour of the historic Lower Maywood neighborhood. You can learn more at bothellwa.gov/middle housing walking tour. And we got board and commission applications open now through February 17th. The City of Bothell is now accepting applications for several boards and commission positions. Make a difference and apply online by February 17th, 2023. You can learn more at bothellwa.gov/apply for a board or commission. Thank you, City Clerk. All right, next up, we have a Martin Luther King Jr. Day recognition, and I am going to turn the meeting over to Councilmember McNeil now to read the proclamation and say a few words. Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor. It's an honor to be able to recognize this day yesterday and be able to read the proclamation tonight. Whereas observed for the first time on January 20th, 1986, we celebrate Martin Luther King Jr. Day every third Monday in January as a time to remember and celebrate Dr. King's life and achievements. And whereas the civil rights movement of the 1960s has profoundly impacted the course of American history and continues to shape the direction and debate our society, and whereas, as one of the greatest leaders of the 20th century movement, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. devoted his life to advancing equality, social justice, and opportunity for all. and challenged all Americans to participate in never-ending work of building a more perfect union. And whereas Dr. King, many notable speeches, sermons, and writings are among the most revered in American history and continue to guide and inspire us in addressing challenges in our community. And whereas, even with the gains of the civil rights movements, there are many goals and needs that must be pursued to continue and commit to achieve equal rights and economic justice in our society. And whereas, inspired by Dr. King's legacy and informed by his wisdom and vision, let us carry forward the spirit of his hopefulness and rededicate ourselves to keeping his dream alive. And remember, we are united together as one community. This is very emotional for me, if you can imagine. We, Bothell City Council, do hereby recognize January 16th as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the city of Bothell. And I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to read this. I've served here for 7 years. This is the first time I've had the opportunity to read this proclamation on this day. And I just want to tell you that I love the community of Bothell, and I'm thankful to be here and representing all of the members of the city of Bothell equally. Thank you.
Councilmember McNeil, thank you for that, and thank you for reading the proclamation. We really do appreciate it. I don't know who I'm referring to when I say we, but I appreciate it, and I would imagine everybody else does as well. Everybody does.
Second.
Perfect. That was one of those things where I probably should have just turned off the voice in my head. City manager report. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Just one quick update tonight, and I know we'll hear more about this evening, but just from a process standpoint, we've received a number of emails this week about concerns around a city response to a complaint we received about a basketball court that's been built within a stormwater detention facility on 106th Avenue Northeast. So I to the folks who came here to speak to it tonight, we want to hear from you. We've seen your emails and we know, but I also, just from a process standpoint, wanted to mention, even though this is a little out of order, just again to give context on behalf of council on a couple of things that one is the council does have a practice of not responding, so tonight there wouldn't be a response from council. The other thing is that fully acknowledge that this issue falls within the domain of the operations of the city. So again, council gives policy direction, and it is up to city staff in terms of implementation. So I want to be clear too around that staff is aware of this issue. We did receive a complaint about the conditions of a court that's been in place for, around 40 years. So this is not a new thing. And the request to the city was around a request for the city to replace this. The fact is that it exists within, like I said, a stormwater detention facility. So it's not a pond where water actually accumulates, but there it is part of a stormwater design that has environmental impacts. And so there's some complexity here in terms of wanting to find the right balance between it's been a place of recreation and coming together in the neighborhood, and the city has responsibility of making sure people are safe, and it includes the environmental responsibilities. So there's some work being done. Just want to acknowledge, again, there's responses being sent after tonight too, while there won't be the open dialogue that maybe some people hope within the confines of a council meeting, there will be further communication from staff, and I think we're aiming to try and have a clearer picture and full response within the next 2 weeks. So hopefully doing that within the month of January, when our outdoor activities in the Pacific Northwest are limited by boots and slickers. But we do want to acknowledge that we know there's a lot of interest in this, and it's been something that's been in existence for quite some time, and there was a change in the last couple of weeks. So that's some of what's driving behind it. And then we'll be able to answer questions in a future meeting and provide any information if council desires. So that's my report for this evening.
Thank you, City Manager. Next up is Council Committee reports. Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give a brief update. I attended an all-day, fun day of retreat with the SCA Board. SCA Board, Sound Cities Association, for the audience, is made up of 38 cities in King County, excluding Seattle. And so local electeds serve on the board and in different regional committees with SCA. So we had a nice retreat discussions on how to collaborate better with our neighboring cities, making sure that information that gets out within our communities is correct information, factual information. Some of the opportunities to do that are just, resources for how to socialize, communicate, engage with our stakeholders from other cities, ensuring that we're collaborating together, learn from our partners and other cities. Some of the threats, some of the big key points that we took away, and this was a very robust, how we have the whiteboard and the paper where we put all the little dots and everything on there. Some of the key takeaways from this retreat and weaknesses was a lack of interest from local electeds to be part of the SCA. And capacity limitations for some that have full-time jobs and being able to get there, and how do we ensure that we have or providing and removing barriers for people to participate. Some of the major threats that we talked about were policies that are made for cities on behalf of cities without the city's input or sitting at the table. Communities that are polarized by issues that are happening within their communities, and those communities talking to other communities. And again, once again, was and disinformation came to the top quite a bit. So super happy to have met with all the local leaders and the mayors from around the region. I think the furthest away one was from Algona. We had Auburn there. The Enumclaw mayor is now the president of SCA, so a lot of representation from the north end. We've got Bothell, Kirkland as well on the board, so super excited. Hopefully this 2023, we can come through and have some great conversations amongst all of our cities and do some good work this year. So thank you.
Councilmember McNeil, or Mankey, we just did McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of piggybacking off of what Councilmember McNeil was speaking to with SCA, we have several open committee positions for the Snohomish County Cities and Towns Association. So if anybody's interested, Laura sent out an email listing all of the openings earlier today. You have until 5 p.m. tomorrow to put your name in the hat, and votes will take place on Thursday.
Councilmember Alders.
Thank you. I have an update from King County Coalition on Homelessness. The Oaks Enhanced Shelter in Shoreline, which serves the North King County region, including Bothell, is at full capacity as usual, but they are also seeking letters of support for expansion plans, which includes a new site to replicate the success that they've had at the Oaks, but elsewhere in North King County. And then so this is a fun acronym. King County Homelessness Regional Authority, the KCHRA, also presented updates to their 5-year plan. And this is a new organization that is working to bring homelessness to functional zero in King County. And so they were able to go through sort of all the parts of their plan and how that has been refined over the course of the last couple of years. So I think that there will be more updates and published information coming soon.
Awesome. Thank you. I had the opportunity today to go to a roundtable with 4 other elected officials and Senator Murray to talk about local issues and some of the challenges that we're facing. And we had a conversation sort of specifically around appropriations. She's the new chair of appropriations, as well as the new Senate pro tempore, which is pretty cool to have somebody from Bothell doing that. All right, next up is visitor comment. The city has accepted visitor comment in writing, as well as accepted sign-up sheets for those who wish to speak at tonight's meeting. Written comments submitted to the city clerk no later than 3 p.m. today were forwarded to all city council members and are part of the record. When the clerk calls your name, you will have 3 minutes to speak. Please note that council will receive your input, but upon the advice of our city attorney, we do not engage in discussion of these topics. Staff will make note of items requiring follow-up. City clerk, do we have any visitor sign-ups?
Yeah, we do, Mayor Thompson, thank you. We received several written comments which were forwarded to the City Council and will be made part of the record, so I'm going to go through those really quickly. Brandon George wrote regarding the 106th Avenue Northeast basketball court. Roger Kimball wrote regarding the basketball court. Ginny Snider wrote regarding the basketball court. Connor Scogan wrote regarding the basketball court. Carly McGee wrote regarding the basketball court. Margaret Heitzman wrote regarding the basketball court. A.J. Heitzman wrote regarding the basketball court. And David Levitin wrote about the council retreat. Next, I have a number of people signed up to speak. So when I call your name, please come to the podium, and you will have 3 minutes. First person is Japal Doda.
And Laura, as the first person comes up, would you mind explaining what the lights on the timer mean?
Yes, I'm going to set a timer. Sorry, I haven't set it yet. We won't cut into your time. I'll be setting a timer, and it'll start out green. When it gets to 30 seconds, it'll turn yellow, and when your time is up, 3 minutes is up, it'll turn red and beep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's good. Respected Bothell Council, I'm here on behalf of Washington Telugu Samiti, inviting the team to come over for our celebrations, which is a Harvest Festival and 74th Republic Day celebrations. We have almost 800 people attending this event from different parts of Washington state, from Telugu families, and we would request the team to join us as guest members and attend and take the hospitality of the Telugu Association. Also, we want to be part of the services, and we want to take up the road services or anything. Washington Telugu Samiti is there to support the community here, and would request all the team members to join. And I have already sent the invitation to the city clerk and the council members, and would like to see all of you guys joining there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Randy Banneker, who is joining us remotely. Mr. Banneker, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes, and I'm going to start the timer now.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson, members of the Bothell City Council, thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. I'm Randy Banneker. I'm here on behalf of the 7,000 members of the Seattle-King County Realtors in support of your work on missing middle housing. We strongly encourage the Planning Commission recommendations, encourage you to pursue them, with the added suggestion that you add a mechanism for separate ownership of these missing middle units. The addition of detached accessory dwelling units, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes in the city will provide important housing options at a time when the lack of housing supply relative to demand in our region has forced home prices to new highs. High prices have locked many people out of the housing market, and there are few options affordable to prospective first-time buyers, home buyers in Bothell. It's important that people have the opportunity to buy and start building equity. Important to their financial well-being, but also important to the vibrance, stability, and completeness of Bothell. Middle housing is highly successful in many cities, and it can be in Bothell. Of course, good design is important. These housing types should not upset the aesthetics of the neighborhood. The good news is they don't need to. In fact, they can be added almost imperceptibly. Your walking tour is going to be very instructive. Delighted you're going to take that on. Thank you for all your work in addressing the need for housing in our region.
Thank you, Mr. Banneker. Next up, we have Adam Schmidtman.
Hello. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in for the basketball court. So regarding the stormwater facility basketball court, I'd like to offer up a solution that keeps the court open for use as well as improves the surface condition. I understand that an HMA overlay would not be allowed, as that would increase the pollutant loading and decrease the capacity of the stormwater facility. There are many products available that repair concrete surfaces at the fraction of the cost of removing and replacing the concrete. Some of those products include Quikrete Concrete Resurfacer, the Ardex K301 exterior self-leveling concrete topping, Linex protective coatings, or composite sport court tiles. We just need to find the right product for this area. I am concerned that the city will install a permanent fence to close the area to address a safety concern. Installing a fence at the perimeter of the facility would encroach into the site triangle of the non-stop controlled intersection. And in addition to the fence, planting vegetation to meet aesthetic requirements for this stormwater facility would also increase the cost of this non-preferred option. Removing the concrete and basketball hoops would also be more costly than a simple concrete surface repair, as I mentioned. I believe resurfacing the concrete would be a cheaper option than closing off this space. Closing the court would be a big loss to the community. The next nearest park is over a mile away in Kirkland, and the original developer installed this dual-use area as an amenity to the neighborhood. We should be opening and maintaining public spaces, not closing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Colin Slabaugh.
Hello, my name is Colin Slabaugh, and I am here to express my disappointment at the fence that was installed on January 11th at parcel 62044200020 in the Norway Vista 3 neighborhood. This decision negatively impacts multiple neighborhoods and families of small children who utilize the space to recreate and connect with their neighbors. For my family, my wife and I have two small children. One is 2.5, the other is 5 months, and the basketball court has proven to be an essential community gathering place for us to connect with neighbors and for our children to play. We've lived near the basketball court for about 4.5 years, and we were shooting hoops on it before we had kids. One of our first purchases when we bought our house was to buy basketball so we could go play at the court in our neighborhood. We have met many neighbors, many of whom are here tonight, who utilize this space and just really enjoy having a space to recreate with our families. My family is pretty upset that this fence was put up without any community notification or opportunity to address any alleged concerns with the space, and it's a shame that the fence went up without any community engagement that we could see. I would ask that the fence be removed and we reopen our recreational space to our neighborhood so our children can play again. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you. Next, we have Ann Agard. Thank you. Let me know when you're ready.
I pass. Yep. Yes, Ann Agard, 16524 104th Avenue Northeast. I'm addressing your middle housing code amendments that you're going to be considering in a study session in just a few minutes. These housing code amendments allow duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes in all residential areas. And I ask that you table the consideration of these for the following reasons. First of all, the city of Bothell, particularly in King County, has adequate capacity to meet their growth target in King County, and they soon will have that in Snohomish County from the Canyon Park development of the business area. But the most important reason is that the legislature is considering House Bill 1110 or Senate Bill 5190, which will be a statewide amendment to the Growth Management Act that will increase middle housing in areas traditionally dedicated to single-family development with significantly different requirements regarding distance from transit, zoning distances, and parking. They would allow 4 dwelling units per acre on the lots on all zones that are zoned residential. They would develop 6 or sexplexes on all residential areas within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop. They have bus transit stop routes with different transit time provisions, and they have different off-street parking requirements. The city of Bothell should delay their consideration of these middle-income housing amendments until you come into the 2023-2024 GMA process and these legislative bills are finished. I have provided to you the 2 previous things that are in your packet. I just pulled them out to highlight them for you. One is the comments that I made to the Planning Commission on October 5th, stressing 3 things: the visitability of the units that might be built, which means that at least some of the units would have just 1 step that you would have to get into the house. This is for elderly people or people like myself who find climbing stairs difficult. Then that special consideration be given to riparian areas, for example, those areas under the Shoreline Management Act, and areas that will show increased impervious surface coverage. So thank you for considering this, and look forward to your discussion.
Thank you. Next up, we have Maria Andrews.
Hello, Major Thompson and council members. I am here to speak about the basketball court on 106th Avenue. I am a 31-year resident of that neighborhood, Norway Vista. And throughout the years, I have seen generations of children enjoying, and parents alike, enjoying this court area. I am like 2-3 houses down from the court area. I have 2 children over 35 years, and they really, truly enjoy it as well, but now they are all over the world. When I told them about this, they go like, what? So anyhow, my biggest concern as a taxpayer is that if the city fences this area, because right now there's a temporary fence all around, but if they fence this area, the city, in my opinion, is going to be inviting additional trouble that has not existed for over 40 years. And by that, I mean a fence might hide possible illegal activities. We all have children. We all have had teenagers. We know that they find a way to hide behind a fence to do who knows what. We know that happens. And so those young ones, I mean, I feel that a fence is going to provide things that we just don't want to see around the neighborhood, where there is a lot of children, a lot of families with young children, and then safety for older people like myself. Not that I am old, but, you know, I became a senior. So anyhow, we live there, and we all in the neighborhood keep an eye on this court. But if any kind of fence, again, who's going to patrol it? Who's going to check what's going inside behind the fence? So a fence does not keep people out, but rather keep people into who knows for what purposes. So I requested the report, but I have not received it. I don't know what prompted this, but we were all shocked by that temporary fence going up without even getting a notification. And, us taxpayers of the great city of Bothell, which I'm very proud of, we were shocked. So we're open to provide ideas like some of the people already have provided, so that, to find that right balance for everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Benjamin Kuntz.
Hey everybody, I'm also here to talk about the basketball court on 106th. I live next door. I'm a recent resident. I've been there for a little over a year. I also have 2 young children, and well, first of all, I guess part of the reason we moved there in the first place, seeing that basketball court there, we thought, oh, that's great. If we buy this house, there's a place right there. It's easy for the kids to walk over and play. And for the past year, it has been a great place where our kids we can bring our young kids over there, and we've met several of the neighbors, some of whom are here tonight. We've played, met their families, become friends, and the kids are able to play out there. So we would really, my wife and I and our family would really be disappointed if the temporary fence stayed up or turned into a permanent fence. That would be a very big disappointment. To see what's been a great recreational space be taken away from the neighborhood. Let's see, also, I also think it would be ugly, to be frank. It's nice to have a little bit of open space in the neighborhood, and getting up every morning and first thing next to the house, seeing a giant fence covering a whole corner would not look very good. And I think someone else also mentioned there's no other park within close walking distance, and I think even a mile away, which maybe could be walked, but you'd have to cross a busy road one way or another to get there. So it's very nice to have something within the neighborhood for the whole neighborhood, and that families and kids could walk to without having to cross a busy road. And I guess lastly, if there's like some sort of liability concern, I hope that there would be other options to address that, maybe some sort of signage or maybe some other repair, or I don't know what, because I don't know the exact concern, but I would hope that there's other options to address a concern besides fencing off what's been a great area for the whole neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tanny Weber.
Hi, I'm Tawny Weber. I'm here about the basketball court too. I have lived on that street for 24 years, 24, 20, and 18. And they played their whole lives down at that court with no issues. We've met lifelong friends there, some of whom are here tonight. And as toddlers, they rode bikes, they ran around. As they got older, we're playing lacrosse and baseball. They all tossed the balls around down there with their teammates and friends. And the closest park, maybe is Helen Keller, so that's about a mile. So to get there, you would have to walk or bike along 145th, which is a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit with no sidewalks and small shoulder. And then you'd have to cross Waynita Way, which is also an even busier street. So that's not okay. And my fear, if it's fenced, is that it won't be maintained. The whole time I've lived there, people in the neighborhood have maintained that beautifully. It's always been mowed. There's never garbage. I've never worried about my kids going down there and playing. It's a safe place. There's no drugs. There's no needles. There are no unsavory characters hanging around. So my worry is if that offense goes up, it's going to be ugly, like Benjamin. I'm with that. And I'm worried that all the vegetation will grow up, and that will, maybe attract rodents and unsavory people. Who knows? And I also worry about our property values if that fence is built. And lastly, my kids have always played hockey, lacrosse, and football. And a lot of people deem those sports unsafe. And is anybody shutting down those sports? No. If you think it's unsafe, you don't take your kids there. So to me, the park, the basketball court seems to be the same way. If you don't feel it's safe for your child for whatever reason, don't take your child there. But it should be open to the rest of us who feel that is a safe space for our kids to play in and for us to hang out together. And we walk our dogs there. Once your kids leave, you got to have dogs. So we will all walk our dogs there. So thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next up, we have Patrick Ewing.
Good evening, council members. I come to you tonight as the chairman of the Shoreline Board to read you a brief statement that we had at our last meeting in November. During Shoreline Board deliberations on the 2022 Shoreline Management Code amendments, concerns were expressed over how the pending middle housing code amendments might affect the shoreline area within our jurisdiction, including increased hard surface impermeable coverage. We request that the City Council task the Shoreline Board to review these proposed code amendments and their potential impacts and provide the Council with our recommendation. Now I'd like to put on my citizen hat, if I may, and make some personal comments. I'm Patrick Ewing, and I love Bothell. My wife, Karen, and I chose Bothell as our home and have lived here for 33 years, raising our 4 children. After becoming an advocate on issues within the city, I was appointed to serve on the Planning Commission, and then I was elected to 3 terms on the City Council. I would like to comment also on the upcoming Middle Housing Code amendments. As currently drafted, these amendments would effectively rezone every neighborhood in Bothell as multifamily, allowing up to 4 plexes on any lot in any residential zone. I hold here a copy of the Bothell Comprehensive Plan. It was developed over many years through a long and thorough process of engaging with our citizens to define the way they wanted to see Bothell develop. Protecting the quality and character of existing neighbors was always one of the key elements, and in fact, it's the first policy in almost every sub-area within the comprehensive plan to protect the character of single-family neighborhoods. Development regulations must be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and these proposed changes clearly are not consistent. New development must also be compatible with the supporting infrastructure. Our current infrastructure, roads, schools, parking, etc., is not ready for that kind of density. The infrastructure needs should be addressed first. As confirmed by reading your own survey, I don't think most people are going to like these changes. And I don't think that most people know that these changes are coming and how quickly. What is our rush? Why are we getting it out in front of the state legislature on this? After having worked through many other contentious issues in the city, such as the street plan and the flex lots, I think we're going to have to look for a bigger room for your next meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Sarah Gustafson, but I don't know if she's ready yet, so, oh, here she comes. Give her a few minutes to come back in the room.
And just to be clear, this is a kid-friendly meeting, and sometimes kids make noise. So don't stress, that's okay.
Thank you so much, Mayor, City Council, and everyone here, especially for your patience. I am Sarah Gustafson from the Norway Hill neighborhood of Bothell. I have 3 comments tonight. First, thank you to everyone citywide who volunteered somewhere or educated someone in memory of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., including Deputy Mayor Alcabra at Wanderlust Bookstore talking to our kids. Second, speaking solely as a resident and as a mom, I support allowing middle housing in Bothell. Lately, I've been talking with folks about how to preserve what we love about our neighborhood. And one thing that my husband and I loved when we began our life together in Norway Hill was that it was still somewhat affordable for families. Sadly, it's getting harder for young folks to find places to live. But with the city's middle housing proposal, folks can gradually create backyard cottages across Bothell, and also buildings where a few families can live instead of just one family, creating more spaces where our children might live someday. Third, the Norway Hill basketball court. What if your neighborhood had no parks, but did have a community-built basketball court? What if you could tell your kids, let's play soccer at the ball court instead of in our living room? And what if this ball court was surrounded by sloped grass so that when your 4-year-old had an especially wild penalty kick shot, gravity would pull the ball into the court instead of sending it out into the dangerous street? And what if you didn't even live in the court, in the development where that court was, but you walked back and forth so often that you made friends with the people who lived along the way? I know the city can't afford lawsuits, and public works money is scarce, but we have other assets: a sympathetic council, knowledgeable city staff, and most of all, neighbors willing to invest time and resources to save the ball court. Let's do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have John Midgarden.
Hi there, I'm John Midgarden. I'm the 24-year-old that belongs to Tawny Weber. Growing up in that neighborhood, it seems like a shame to have that court cut off like that. I know when I got the text message saying that it got fenced off, it was pretty heartbreaking. I could probably say the same about my brothers, and it seems pretty sad to see that Bothell growing up like this and apartment complexes and a whole new downtown. Seems like a shame to just have like a small basketball court pulled away like this and fenced off just to be forgotten about, and new kids coming into the neighborhood being told of what was. So I would highly support Bothell coming in and really doing us a favor and bringing that or keeping that there. It truly is the heart of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have David Levitin.
Aaron wants to make a comment as well, our 6-year-old. Should we just do it at the same time as me, or what's the easiest way?
I'm sorry. What?
Our 6-year-old wants to make a comment as well.
Yeah, we'll call at the end. When I get through the list, I'll call for anybody else who's in the audience. Thank you. Let me know when you're ready.
My name is David Levitan, and I'm a resident of Bothell in the Carlisle subdivision. Let me start by wishing everyone a Happy New Year, and thanking both council and staff for all the work they do to benefit the city. I'm here to comment on 2 issues. First, I'd like to voice my support for the middle housing code amendments. There are many amazing things about Bothell, but unfortunately housing prices are not one of those. 40 years ago, our neighbors with average incomes were able to afford the houses in our neighborhood. Now, even those with high-paying jobs find it tough to afford houses. It is a great thing that people want to live and stay in Bothell, but there's a disconnect between the homes we have and the homes we need. That's where middle housing comes in. The code amendments proposed are not going to suddenly change Bothell into Seattle, and they won't cause every block to become an apartment building. Rather, they'll give people the freedom to build 2-family homes and similar. Such houses look almost the same as what we have now, but allow more families to move in. It is my hope that my children will be able to live and be successful in Bothell if they choose. Let's give them the opportunity to do so. Second, my neighborhood of Carlisle is next to the Norway Vista neighborhood that you've been hearing about today. The basketball court there has been a favorite play area of my 3 kids. In fact, it is the only place where our kids can run around that doesn't require us to either get in the car or walk along the subarterials with no sidewalks. Last week, the city fenced off this area without warning or discussion with anyone in the area. While I understand that there's either threatened or potential litigation, this is not the way issues directly affecting the community should be handled. Even tonight, no open council discussion is scheduled to happen. It is only through the neighborhood's perseverance that we heard is being discussed in executive session. I will simply state that I am disappointed with the city's handling of this issue. But I am optimistic that council and staff can identify solutions and have an open discussion with the neighborhood to figure out plans to proceed. The court has been open for 40 years. Let's keep it open. Thank you all. Have a great rest of the evening.
Thank you. Next up is Mike Johnson.
Hi, Council. My name is Mike Johnson. I live in the Maywood-Beckstrom Hills sub-area, and my address is 10302 Northeast 204th Street. Unfortunately, I heard yesterday that the Council was considering the middle housing code amendments, and that these amendments are being considered to be applied citywide. Based on my quick read of the information made available, it would allow significant changes in density and impact the character of all the neighborhoods throughout Bothell. Imagine Bothell, our comprehensive plan was built on the concept of transitional zoning and a metered approach to change. This approach allowed for the protection of our residential neighborhoods and those qualities which our community cherishes and holds so dear, while still allowing for managed growth and development in areas of our city without sacrificing those qualities. I was on the Planning Commission and later on the Council that implemented the Imagine Bothell Comprehensive Plan. The idea of allowing growth and development in our urban centers and protecting the neighborhood character and quality from increased density was paramount. We also centered on the idea of allowing for increased density where the basic city infrastructure was in place to allow for it. Examples of the senior housing overlay, the downtown core. This was critical due to the city's limited budget and significant needs within the community. Please understand that it's my belief, as proposed, citywide application of these code amendments will forever change the character and quality of the place my neighbors and I and my family call home. To ensure that Bothell is a place for a day or a lifetime, I would strongly suggest further engagement with the community on this topic. And as council members, I would hope that you would embrace the diversity of the discussion, as well as the details as you thoroughly consider these highly impactful code amendments. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Whitney Negenbauer.
Good evening, Mayor Thompson, Deputy Mayor Alcabra, and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this evening on the Waynita Sammamish Restoration Project. I appreciate the steps taken to improve project design and feel heard. I'd like to thank Janet Gear, the surface water staff and consultants for incorporating feedback on floodplain reconnection and large woody debris into the design process. I'd also like to extend a thank you to Parks and Recreation Director Stroop and Aaron Milner for reopening discussions with King County and granting agencies to discuss trail alignment and bridge replacement opportunities. These negotiations, as they are described in the agenda bill, offer the city an opportunity to put into action what was decided at the December 6th council meeting to prioritize salmon habitat. In all negotiations, each party comes to the table with outcomes that they would like to achieve. It would benefit the project to have clear objectives and actions we would like to take in order to prioritize salmon habitat. What I heard at the December 6th meeting was a desire to realign the potential regional trail outside the 200-foot riparian buffer and replace one or more footbridges. I'll reiterate another suggestion, which is to consider extending the buffer on Waynita Creek's left bank from 125 feet to 200 feet, matching protections afforded for the right bank. As we consider the future of the entire property, we should plan the park holistically with lower sensitive habitat for fish and upper areas designated for passive recreational activities. It goes without saying that fish need water, and the river and stream can only physically be in certain areas. Restoring salmon habitat first, and then planning human access to move around or across water with bridges or boardwalks prioritizes salmon habitat. Finally, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the city for their partnership at yesterday's Martin Luther King Day service event at the Former Wayne Golf Course. Christy Cox helped lead the event with city manager Kyle Stannert and council members Dodd and Aldrichs offering words of support to kick us off and participating in planting. Around 55 volunteers from Bothell to Bonnie Lake planted native trees and shrubs along the Sammamish River. None of this would be possible without Bothell Parks and Recreation. Not only is Parks a wonderful host for these programs, but the crew does a lot of the heavy lifting, bringing in mulch and hauling off the grass. Personally, this work brings me some of the greatest joys in my life, and I can't speak highly enough about the people who volunteer their time. It is a privilege to work alongside them and be improving our waterways, and for that, I owe the city a debt of gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Justin Beauford.
My name is Justin. I've been a Bothell resident for almost 14 years next month. It was my first home I bought when I came here from Canada. I'm here to rise in support of the middle housing amendments. I was here during the planning committee. My particular lot was of interest because it kind of showed what was kind of wrong with the code. I have like a 15,000 square foot lot, and there's three houses. The house behind me with 4,500 square foot lots. I could fit the three of them, but because of where my house is placed, I couldn't subdivide mine, and I just have all this open space, and it just was unusable. I'm on a corner lot. You know, it just didn't make a lot of sense. So, worked with the planning council, came up with the proposal. I wanted to go through a few of the reasons why I support it. I have 3 duplexes and a 4-plex myself. I like to get duplexes that are side by side so they feel more like homes. I think those are probably the best ones. I want to go through a few examples of people that I've been able to help in this way. One of them is a school teacher and a service advisor, and what they're paying in rent is half of what even a very modest home would be today. And this allows them to get ahead, to plan for their family, to plan for their future by getting, in this case, the 4-plex. It's allowing them to live but also get ahead. Another person, while the mother has an apprentice electrician, she could get a job. She would prefer to be a stay-at-home mom in the early years of their childhood, and my more affordable place allows them to have her stay at home and be with the child. This is really important to them. Another person is an older person. It's in this is in Monroe. It's in a place with many middle housing units, and it's more walkable. And she's able to walk to her sisters. She doesn't drive anymore, but it doesn't matter. But she has a side-by-side duplex, so it's a good sized place for her. She's by herself, but she's able to live independently and walk to her sisters, and everything's really great about that. And then finally, I've had people who have had like debt issues or maybe a criminal past, and as a private owner, I'm able to not have like really strict things says like any felony you're out. Right? I've signed felons. I've signed people with debt issues that would be 100% denied at any of the big housing complexes, and that kind of is where things are going right now. Either you build super big $1 million mansions, or you build just like really dense corporate-owned housing, and they have really strict policies that don't allow people, for example, who have made mistakes to undo those mistakes. And people with private ownership, like myself, are able to extend housing to people like that, and I've done it on more than one occasion. And then finally, on the topic of HB 110 and 1110 and other situations, it's not the first time the state has considered this kind of stuff, and they didn't pass it then. There's no guarantee they'll pass it now. It doesn't hurt for the city to kind of get ahead, and I'm confident that the city will do the right thing if state law, is a little bit more permissive than city law. So I think we should get ahead. It takes time to do, for example, subdivision, zoning, things like this. These things take time, and the sooner we unblock people, the sooner we can, get the ball rolling, get more housing out there, and allow people like myself to either subdivide, or in my case, I want to also convert a garage into an ADU. These middle housing amendments would help me do that and allow more housing stock with the existing infrastructure, all at my own expense. So it doesn't even hurt the city. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Thompson, that's all the people I'd up to speak. However, I know we have a number of people in the audience that may wish to speak, and we also have a lot of people in the virtual audience. So I'm going to call on people in the audience. If you do want to speak tonight, please raise your hand and I'll call you up. And I see a number of those, so maybe you can line up out here, and then I'll call on the virtual members after that. So whoever gets here first, and please state your name when you get to the podium.
Coming up.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Claire Robson. I speak as a formal representative of the Bothell Planning Commission. Thank you and city staff for all the hard work you've done on housing. We urge you to pass the middle housing guidelines recommended by city staff and Planning Commission. With these, people can have flexibility to build homes that they want, whether they're homes for single families or homes for 2 or 3 or 4 families. Now, you have the proposed laws before you. Instead of getting into the nitty-gritty, we ask council and the community to sit back and imagine the way you feel when you're watching a beloved child grow up. A little feet and the cute way they say all their words, and we wish we could stay in those times, but we know that our children will grow. We want them to grow. And like our children, Bothell is growing. We can't stop time. But we can put in place structures that will shape Bothell's future while preserving the character that makes Bothell so special. So these middle housing codes will allow more examples of what we see already in traditional Bothell neighborhoods like Lower Maywood. Beautiful green living spaces made up of a variety of family types, while still allowing single family. And to be fair to all of Bothell, we need this opportunity across the city in every neighborhood. We urge council to respond to community members' call for more living options. Let's place the stepping stones for our future and our children's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name.
My name's Clifford Orr, and I'd like to thank the council for listening to the voices of our community. I also live about 3 houses down from the basketball court that is being discussed. But I would like to say that, we here that are talking about it, we're here as a community, as a neighborhood, and we treasure that, neighborhoods and community and getting to know your neighbors. It's kind of a lifestyle that's disappearing from this country, and we don't want to see that go. And believe me, this little basketball court, it isn't Madison Square Garden or anything. It's just a little place, I walk by it every day, and I've lived in that neighborhood a decade, some people 2 decades, 3 decades, 4 decades. And I have never seen anything that's unsafe there. I have never heard of anybody getting hurt, regardless of age. So this may sound odd, but I respectfully request that the city council just leave this area alone. Leave it alone. So this one solution is to do nothing because there's nothing to do. It's just there. It's not dangerous at all. Time has proven that it's safe. Time has proven that it's not dangerous. Sometimes leaving things as there is an action taken. Believe me, we're all in favor of safety. We're all in favor of protection. But whatever you do, don't take that away from us, Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mona Atala. I also reside near the basketball courts in question, so I'm just here to add an additional voice to that today. I'm representing my family. I have my husband and my 2 children, 5 and 2. And we live near the basketball court, and as Clifford, who's stolen my notes here today, has said, we're not a fancy neighborhood. It's not a fancy basketball court. We just are a community that I think loves each other and loves the neighbors around us. And what's a bit ironic about the fence coming up is that it's actually brought our neighbors together to say, let's protect our community and continue to work together. So we are talking to each other. Turns out that still happens today in 2023. We are willing to communicate, collaborate, and all we really ask in favor is the opportunity to collaborate with you to understand what it is. I don't know that we actually have a root cause here, but we're willing to work with you to understand what it is and come together to help with that transparency come to some collaborative solutions together. So thank you for hearing us, and we hope we hope to have our kids playing out again in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Good evening to everyone, and thank you for listening to us all. I'm here also as a 106th Avenue resident.
Could you state your name, please?
I am Marie Guadagnoli. I go by Beth. I have been in the neighborhood in my house for 41 years. My children and my grandchildren have played in this area. It has been safe. We have been maintaining it all these years to keep it safe. And I'm just asking that we are given the opportunity to know all the facts, and then also being given the opportunity to work with you for solutions and options to keep it open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Andy Rayum. I'm here to talk about the agenda item about the missing middle housing. I served on the Planning Commission for years. I was on the council for years, and I was a little surprised about the breadth and scale of a minor code amendment when you're not in the middle of a comprehensive plan update. It's citywide on every single family residential zoning, and so it's a big deal. And I think that there could be more done to communicate to the public about what's transpiring. The schedule you guys have in the agenda packet, it said in a month you're going to decide. I don't think that's enough time. I don't think that's enough communication. The other thing I would encourage you to do is to look, it's not missing. We actually do have townhomes in the city of Bothell that have been sold recently. Go look at them. They're $1 million. I found one for $750,000, but if you look at the square footage, it was $475 a square foot. So that's not affordable. If we're trying to create affordability, that is not going to get you there. So it seemed like that was kind of the impetus behind what was in the agenda packet. And I just want to let you know, just do some homework. It's pretty easy, John L. Scott or Windermere, whatever you want to do. Click on sold, and you can see there's two good examples. One is on Beardsley Boulevard on your way towards 405 from here. The other one is by the bus barn and the operations center. There was a development done there. It's fourplexes. They're 1.5 million. I mean, it was insane. So I think everybody wants their kids to have a place to be able to buy a house. I couldn't start buying a house right now, and I make a lot more than I did when I was a kid. I get it. I just don't think this tool is the tool that's going to get us there. So I do ask you guys to do more communication and outreach to the community. Like I think Patrick Ewing said, you're going to fill this room. People care about the way our city looks. I was surprised how much people care about the way our city looks, being in your shoes, sitting up there. So I would take it slowly, and I'd be very thoughtful and methodical about making sure you know what the community wants. But if you're doing it just for affordability, please do your homework and just look at what has been sold, because that is not the story you'll see. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dick Paler. I live in the West Hill neighborhood here in Bothell. And I'm here to object to the middle housing proposal that is on the table right now. It is, without question, it's an unprecedented, absolutely massive change in the land use policies in the city of Bothell that we have never seen before. And I think that, as it's been said by others, the vast majority of the public have no idea this conversation is even happening. I know that you've made efforts to post it on the website and so forth, but most people don't know, let alone know the details of such a massive proposal, how that affects every single property or could potentially affect every single property in the neighborhood. And I think there's a misperception among some people that middle housing isn't allowed in the city now. It absolutely is. Andy just spoke about townhomes. The other duplexes, fourplexes, they're allowed in the city now. They're just not allowed everywhere, nor should they be. Just like we can't build a warehouse in a residential neighborhood. You can't build a tavern in a residential neighborhood. And I'm not putting these things on par with each other, but I'm just saying there's a logic to land use planning, and allowing the same thing everywhere is just not appropriate. And to be perfectly honest with you, I could care less if that's what they're doing in Seattle or Spokane or Portland. They can do whatever they want. This is Bothell. I love this place. I put a lot of heart and soul into it. Again, I'm going to stick to a couple of high level. There's lots of details in what you are proposing or considering that I would object to. I don't object to everything. There are some things in there that I could support, but this is such a massive change in such a short period of time that I think you should stop. At a minimum, this should be done, as Patrick said, in conjunction with a comprehensive plan update. But a couple of things. Right now I'm doing a 3-lot short plat on West Hill. I'm required to put up a notice board and send a mailing to every house within 300 feet of that. Or maybe it's 500 feet, but whatever. I don't see any notice boards around the city about this proposal. Everybody is affected by it, and yet there aren't any notice boards. I also know that when we establish the plan for downtown Bothell, and probably in comprehensive plan updates, we do an environmental impact statement. I don't see anything about that. I mean, how is the impact of this being measured across the city? It isn't. And then, I saw an answer to somebody's
Mr. Taylor,
question.
your time is up. We've got a number of people that may wish to speak, so.
This
we
will not
appreciate
help affordable housing, too. That's a misconception as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience here that wishes to speak? So.
Sorry, I think we're being shy here. Do you want to say something, Aaron? Do you want to say something? Come on. Go ahead. What's your name, Aaron?
My name is Aaron, and I'm 6 years old, and I want to make the ball court in my neighborhood be open, and I also want there to be their new concrete rebuild it. So I can play again.
Want to say thank you?
Thank you.
Forgive me for breaking protocol, but thank you.
That looks like all we have here in the physical audience. Is there anyone in the virtual audience that wishes to speak? If so, please use the raise hand function and we will panel you in, and we will give them a moment to do that. Got a couple. First up, we will have James Eckenegger, and we'll give him a moment. And I'm sorry if I butchered that. James, can you tell me how you pronounce your name?
Okay, sorry about that, technical difficulties. Anyway, hey, hi, my name is James Eichinger.
Thank you.
But everyone calls me J. Anyway, hey, I'm here to talk about the basketball court. I live right across the street from it, and I played on that court for a great deal of my life. And for what I can tell, there's not been a single injury or incident to deem it unsafe. If there is a problem, we will sorry. Yeah. So basically, I personally wouldn't mind a small clarification on how it isn't safe. Because from what I could tell, some of us are pretty much in the dark. Anyway, I do agree with many people. Oh, there. It's safe, and things like that should be left alone. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the virtual audience that wishes to speak? I see one more so far, Aaron Schultz. We'll panel you in just a moment. Aaron, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, thanks for letting me talk. I am literally standing here. I'm Erin Schultz. I live on 106th Avenue near the basketball court. I'm standing here at the basketball court, in fact, looking at it as I have for the last 15 years living here. I don't see any danger that has maybe been here or not. I've never seen anybody get hurt. However, all of these dozen stakes that they've put in the ground do pose a danger. They have sharp edges, they're rusty, they stick out of the ground, so anybody that slips and falls onto them could get hurt. Toddlers walk along this sidewalk all the time. So now we've come up with a solution to a non-existent problem and created more danger by even installing this temporary fence without any known issue, and we're all in the dark. This was put up in a silo, apparently. We didn't have any clue that this was going to happen. So I think everybody's pretty disappointed in that. Not only that it's fenced and inaccessible, but in the way it was gone about. And hopefully it can come down as soon as possible. And I would hope somebody would come out and take a look at these stakes and see that those are danger versus whatever perceived danger was reported at the court. So thanks for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience that wishes to speak? Please use the raise your hand function. That's all I have, Mayor Thompson.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next up on the agenda is projected agenda discussion. Does anybody on council have an item they'd like to discuss? Seeing none, I'll move on to the consent agenda, and I accept a motion to approve. Councilmember Aldrich.
A motion to approve the consent agenda. Second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Aldrich and a second from Councilmember Dodd to approve the consent agenda. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Aldrich?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Councilmember Menke?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. All right, moving on to Agenda Bill 22011, approval of the professional services agreement with Floyd, Snider Incorporated to perform contamination cleanup activities. And I will turn it over to City Manager Stannard from there.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is one of the first presentations that staff has prepared tonight. And in this context, we do have a contract before you, and so it's a new contract with a similar scope. So here to explain a little bit more about it is our capital project engineer, Scott Adamek, and he'll walk you through in a brief presentation.
Good to go. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council. I'm Scott Adamek with my supervisor, Ryan Roberts. I'm a capital engineer in Public Works Department, and just want to, a few minutes of your time this evening. I'll be presenting on the professional services agreement for Floyd Snider. Floyd Snider is our consultant working on the cleanup of the ultra site and assisting with the closeout of the Lot P South site. To date, Floyd Snider has completed the necessary studies and documents as required by the Washington State Department of Ecology for developing the cleanup action plan for the ultra site. The cleanup action plan is a part of the consent decree that was signed last November and was recently entered into the King County Superior Court that outlines the next steps for cleanup of the ultra site. So the work under this professional services agreement will be primarily to perform pre-design, design, construction planning, and construction technical services support services this year. This agreement will also continue to provide closeout services for the Lot P South site as we are awaiting an anticipated no further action determination by the Pollution Liability Insurance Agency very soon. So in order to that the cleanup of the ultra site and the closeout of the Lot P South site can proceed, staff recommends to authorize the city manager to enter into a professional services agreement with Floyd Snider in the amount of $410,100. Thank you.
Councilmember Zorns?
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
On page 276, 277 of our agenda packet, in reference to the plume stop, there's going to be 5 base and 11 sidewall soil samples for the 3 areas that they're planning on excavating.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I understanding that? And then on page 277, I noticed up to 6 additional sidewalls samplings that, as time allows. So could there be 0 samplings?
Well, I think we'll have the base amount of soil samples, and then we'll, if the conditions, the field conditions, and it'll be overseen by a professional geologist, if they indicate that some additional samples are warranted, then we would collect them. The idea is to just have one rig for one day to be collecting those samples.
Okay, so that's part of my next question. What if you run out of time, but would there be indications that, if there were indications that you needed to take more samples, would you be able to take up to 6 additional samples if, you know, you ran out of time?
Beyond the base bid amount of samples and then the additional samples, I think then we'd probably defer any additional sampling to what's going to happen during construction, because there's going to be a few more samples collected during construction, which is really just excavation. And the reason why we're doing these pre-design sampling is, even though there's been a lot of samples collected during the remedial investigation to define nature and extent of contamination, now we're getting into the fine tuning, especially next to the right-of-ways. And there's some, I think it's 183rd that has the ecology blocks and all that. So we get into an area where there's geotechnical engineering issues. And so I think if there's a question that we would want to do more excavation into those areas, then we would be adding that level of uncertainty or probability of having to excavate in those directions into the deferring that more into the construction phase.
And And so then there would be additional sampling that would happen during then?
During the construction,
Okay.
yes.
That's what I was unclear about. Was this the only time that we were going to be doing samples
no.
because
No, ma'am, no, this is just during the pre-design, and then there'll be some additional confirmation soil sampling during the excavation phase. you know,
Okay.
And
so when we do this job, we can get it done right the first time
Correct,
through?
yes.
Great, thank you. That was my question.
thank you.
Councilmember Alders.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for putting this proposal together. I really appreciate that we are nearing, hopefully, completion on this project. It's been several years in the making. And I also just want to highlight in our packet on page 264 that this is 50% reimbursable through a ecology cleanup grant. Can you speak more to that? Is that a sure thing, or is that we hope that we can get 50% back on this?
It's in part of the agreement. I haven't experienced it yet here in my term as at the city, but maybe Ryan, you could address. But I think the track record with ecology, it's been 50-50 once we have these agreements in place.
Yeah, actually, the grant has already been approved last year, so we do have that funding for the cleanup, for the design and the cleanup of Ultra site.
Excellent. And is that reflected in the 410,000? Is this the half amount, or are we talking that 410,000 would be halved by that grant?
410,000 is the amount of the agreement with Floyd Snider, and most of that, if not all of that, will be eligible for reimbursement.
Yeah, just for clarity, this is what is before council tonight is the contract itself. So this isn't about the project. This is about the contract to do this service. And so yes, it is. That's the full value. And then there's an accounting exercise to true it up.
Excellent. That's what I was, that's even better news. So thank you.
But at some point, I mean, this is just the consulting part. I mean, at some point later in the year, we're going to have the construction contract that will go out to bid, and, that'll be an additional amount.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
All right, going. I don't have any questions either. I think we're all looking forward to when we don't have to clean up any more of the downtown, and we can move on. We can build something there and enjoy it. And I believe we need a motion. Councilmember Zorns.
I'd like to move the recommended action.
Second.
All right, I have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Zorns and a second from Councilmember Dodd to move the recommended action, which I have right here. To authorize the city manager to enter into a professional services agreement with Floyd Snider Incorporated to address cleanup of contamination associated with the Ultra and Lot P South sites in the amount of $410,100. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Nope. City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Alders?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Councilmember Menke?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you. Thank you all. I'm impressed at how many people stuck around after public comment. This is nice. We've got people here. Yeah. You ready for a break? All right. Everybody's nodding. We're going to take a 10-minute break this time. I heard you last week. It's 7:24, and we'll round up. So I will see you back at 7:35 p.m.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back to the scintillating Bothell City Council meeting. Next up, we have Agenda Bill 23012. It's the Sammamish River and Waynita Creek Restoration Project Update. I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Stannard, and he'll take it from there.
Thank you, Mayor. And this does come under the heading of updates and discussion items. And really what this one is closing the loop on the council on your December 12th meeting, or maybe I'll fact check that. It's maybe the 6th. How about we'll go with that? The 12th didn't seem like a council day. And so gave us direction on alternative 4 about this project, and then gave some direction around what we should prioritize. So here tonight, Aaron Lenhart is going to lead us through an update to just explain to council of what we heard, what we did about it, and what you can expect to see coming forward in the future. So no action sought by the council tonight. This really is intended to be an update and closing of the loop.
Thank you, Kyle. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. Here just to provide a quick update to you, as Kyle mentioned, on the Sammamish River and Waynita Creek Restoration Project. Before I launch into what we heard and such, I just wanted to provide a short history about the former Wayne Back 9 because it informed our activities since receiving that council direction on December 6th. To preserve the former Wayne land, the city worked with multiple partners and compiled funding from 5 different sources. It's a multiple benefit project site that includes a balance of habitat restoration, trail connection, and recreation. Conservation and trail easements were approved in the Resource Conservation Office grant agreement, and they were also included in the King County Conservation easement. This does not mean that the trail easements and bridge must remain in existing locations. What it does mean is that the city needs to work with those partners to change locations in the future. So just a quick timeline. This timeline is actually a twofer. It's a 2-for-1. The habitat restoration project that we're speaking of tonight is the one on the top in the green. The Parks Department master planning and trail connection projects are on the bottom in blue. The Parks Department are periodic staff updates for both bodies of work, in addition to the formal council decisions, which are shown on this graphic as stars. So those will be formal decision points, and then there will be several updates from staff on both projects. So the Salmon Habitat Project, upon receiving council direction to move forward with Alternative 4 last month, staff and the consultant are finalizing the conceptual design report and beginning preliminary design right now. Design and permitting will extend through next year, and then with adequate budget, construction will begin in 2025. The parks planning process, in comparison, King County negotiations, the last round with King County took 2 years to complete. So park staff have requested to begin in 2023, which requires approval from King County, who will typically lead the project. The master plan will require approximately 1 year to complete, and that effort is slated to begin in 2024. For grants, the city needs a master plan, needs that master plan that's already completed in order to qualify for bridge and trail grant funding. So these things are very linear as far as parks master planning and grants. And so then permitting will come after the grants project. And the bridges need to go through a standard permitting process, which will take roughly 2 years, can take 2 years. So the earliest construction for trail connections and bridge is likely to be 2029. So we're still a ways out from starting on that project. So what we heard, I think, on December 6th, hopefully. Oh, it's just not showing. All right, thank you. So what we heard that staff should move forward, can move forward with alternative 4, and that council wanted us to prioritize salmon habitat. We also heard that we should add elements as we are able, including woody debris and floodplain reconnection. Council also asked that we look at existing trail and bridge locations. So what we did legal review. We had legal review the acquisition documents and special focus on the conservation easement. We also had conversations with King County and other partners, as well as discussions with our habitat restoration consultant. And where that leads us to our next steps. Little delay. There. There we go. See, the anticipation, right? That we will prioritize salmon habitat in the design. That is the intent of this project, just as in its formation. We'll provide habitat complexity and opportunities for salmon as well as other mammals, reptiles, amphibians, and birds that will access the sites. And we are also providing better opportunity for cold water refuge by intercepting groundwater and focusing on better cold water reconnection with the transition zone. And then, as mentioned, we will add other elements as we are able. We have in the plan to discuss requested elements such as large woody debris and floodplain reconnection along the Sammamish as a part of the preliminary design with the permitting agencies. We're also keeping the trails and bridges as recorded in easements for the project, and will prioritize habitat with future improvements. The direction forward, just to reiterate, alternative 4 with flexibility for elements such as woody debris and floodplain reconnection as requested. We will keep existing trail easement and the bridge locations as part of the project design for the habitat project. But then we will also prioritize habitat conservation in future bridge and trail location and installations using lessons from this project. I think this can really inform what happens with the trail and the bridge. And staff are working together, both Public Works on the habitat side as well as Parks and Recreation on the park development. So that is our quick update, and staff and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Aldrichs.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Aaron, for the presentation. I really do appreciate the way you were able to take some pretty complex timing and put it into a visual that we could understand. Because I think that was where we were getting caught up at our last meeting. I was just seeing how there's multiple projects happening on the same site, but with different timelines. And I think the key to your update here is in the future, we will be talking about bridge placement and trail location. And the conversations that we want to have about that, we will get to have. And that's what's, I think, necessary and important, especially when it comes to ensuring, because I can predict that when we have those conversations, the priority will be 200 feet of riparian buffer, because that's what we've been talking about. But those are the conversations that we can have. What you said in 2025, something like that. Okay, it'll be a while.
The next year.
But so I hear what you're saying, that for this restoration project to go forward, those locations stay the same. But we're not committing to 30 years of those locations. There's opportunities in the future, and so I really do appreciate this update, and thank you for coming to us with it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zorns.
Council asked you to juggle a very complicated and heavy lift here. And if there is a plaque that goes to acknowledge the efforts at the end of this, when it's all said and done, should not be council's names on it. It should be your names on it, because if this didn't make your head pound, I'm it's a big puzzle to solve, and I'm just very appreciative of all the moving pieces in this moving water that you put together and gave thoughtful consideration to. So thank you for the presentation, but also thank you for everything that's gone in behind this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, it's the team. I'm the voice today, but it's the team.
Councilmember Dodd.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the update. I really appreciate that you heard us about making sure the buffers we kind of do it the right way the first time here. And I just look forward to seeing that trail line get further away from the creek in the future. Thank you.
All right, has the pause been awkward enough? I think I can go now. I just have a couple questions, but big picture, like this is exactly what I was hoping to see when we talked at the last meeting. Thank you. I'm excited that we're just confident that we're prioritizing the habitat restoration first, and then we can kind of build around that. But that brings up one question. The Parks Master Planning ends after King County negotiations, and my only question there is, are these negotiations just around habitat restoration? Or if, as part of the Parks Master Planning process, we have questions or other things we'd like to open up negotiations with, will we have that opportunity then? Or will they be like, y'all, we did this?
I would like to call upon one of my friends in Parks and Recreation to address your question.
It's an excellent question, and we will have the opportunity to discuss the entire park with King County, and they've committed to that in our first meeting.
Awesome. My only other question is, why does it take 2 years for permitting?
Sorry, I'll jump in on this one. So the Army Corps of Engineers is currently pretty backed up, and so anytime we have any, especially the 404 permitting, which that would fall into, they're quoting us right now 12 to 24 months. And that's even projects, we have one right now that's not even, it's in a buffer, it's not even in a stream or a critical area specifically, and they're quoting us the 12 to 24 months, so.
Awesome. Thank you. And just like Councilmember Zorn's, just a huge shout out to staff and everybody that's worked on this over the years. And not just that, but past council members as well. Councilmember Sandberg is here. We had a couple other folks here tonight, and I know there have been a lot of people over the years that have done yeoman's work getting this place preserved. And it's an honor just to be part of that tradition and move it forward and push it a little closer to whatever its final form will be. So thank you all. Really appreciate it.
Agreed. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
All right, moving on to Agenda Bill 23013, consideration of middle housing code amendments. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. And so we do have one study session tonight. It's the big show. And as you mentioned, it is consideration of middle housing. Back in December, our Community Development Director, Jason Greenspan, was here and gave a high-level overview of what was to come in the coming months between as we turned into 2023. As you recall, he framed this around that this was part of, initiated by Council of last February, staff has been doing work, went through the Planning Commission. And so tonight is the first of what will be multiple study sessions. Your feedback will help shape the future steps too. Tonight's purpose is really to build on that update that Jason gave in December, as well as talk through some of the outreach that has taken place and is yet to come, as well as really then focus on some of the key recommendations from the work of the Planning Commission. In the February meeting, it's anticipated we'll get into some more technical detail, but really wanted to do the initial framing tonight. And with that, I am going to turn things over to Jason Greenspan for further introductions. Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Stannard. And thank you, Mayor Thompson and members of the City Council this evening. Jason Greenspan, Community Development Director. I'm here tonight with Dave Boyd, who is a senior planner in the Community Development Department and who is serving as project manager for middle housing code amendments. When I spoke to the City Council last month, I provided a brief overview of the topic and how staff sought to move forward in the first few months of this year. At that time, we did get direction from you to schedule a walking tour, which has now been scheduled for January 31st with a time to be determined, and also to provide all written comments. So I believe you have all of that in your packet this evening. At this evening's first study session, we're seeking feedback and direction from the City Council on potential code amendments as recommended by the Planning Commission that would reduce barriers to and support development of middle housing types throughout Bothell. And I think if you move to the PowerPoint, Dave, we'll go to that first slide, and it gives you a sense of some of the timeline that we've had over the past 15 months or so. So here you see that staff has been working with the Planning Commission and conducting public outreach activities for the past 15 months or so. And that was with the direction from City Council last February when the work plan and 2022 docket was approved by City Council to proceed with this item. In November of 2021, the Planning Commission commenced a series of 8 meetings conducted throughout the year, a combination of study sessions and public hearings. And Dave is going to expand a little bit further on the public outreach activities that supplemented these meetings. But ultimately, in October of last year, the Planning Commission recommended that middle housing code amendments be advanced to the City Council after completing a 3rd public hearing, which brings us to this evening. So with that, I'm going to hand off to Dave, and he's going to discuss how expanding the range of housing opportunities for all households remains a Bothell policy priority. And he'll continue the conversation about how middle housing code amendments can support implementation of the city's comprehensive plan, Imagine Bothell, and our overall housing strategy. With that, Dave, take it away.
Thank you, and good evening. I'm going to start off with some repeats from the presentation that Jason gave you back in December, and just to kind of recap some of that and set the stage. So middle housing is house scale buildings in the form of duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, cottage housing, and courtyard style housing that provides a middle ground between single family detached housing and multifamily apartments. And it also provides a middle ground in the market between the price of single family housing and condominiums or renting apartments. So it expands choices both for folks entering the market and for, say, seniors that want to remain in their house and create another unit that they can rent out and supplement their income. And it's all done with the intention and the proposed amendments promoting good design and also allowing middle housing everywhere, but providing incentives to create it close to transit and trails. And in all of this, an important feature is compatibility with existing residential neighborhoods and providing transition to the multifamily and mixed-use neighborhoods. So, and here we have a couple of examples. Middle housing existed in many traditional neighborhoods. These are some examples from Ballard, but you'll see them in all of the older neighborhoods in Seattle and other cities around the Northwest, and in our original neighborhood of Lower Maywood. So the policy background goes back to the 2015 Imagine Bothell Comprehensive Plan, which called for innovative housing types and development patterns. It encouraged ADUs, accessory dwelling units, and specifically focused on streamlining the permit process and public education. And it promoted greater density and a greater variety of housing types. All of that was expanded in the 2018 housing strategy, which again prioritized regulatory flexibility and looking at residential densities and increasing those along with housing types, providing housing diversity in both single family and multifamily zones, and again encouraging ADUs and specifically in looking at the permitting and trying to remove barriers to ADUs. So in terms of implementing those policies, in 2021, Council adopted code amendments to remove some of the existing barriers at that time for attached and detached ADUs. And then they also approved duplexes on corner lots in all single-family zones. And when Planning Commission made its recommendation to Council, they said, this is a good start, but we should go further. We should look at other, allowing more middle housing than just corner lot duplexes. And Council agreed, and in the 2022 planning docket, did initiate the consideration of middle housing in all residential zones. Again, together with this, we are including ADUs in the overall umbrella of middle housing and looking to remove additional barriers to those. And the graphics here, the upper right graphic shows one of the graphics that was presented for the corner lot duplex conversation. And the lower right graphic is the classic diagram of middle housing. This diagram shows it as a transitional zone in between single-family neighborhoods and mid-rise mixed-use neighborhoods, but it also often is, and in most traditional residential areas, is scattered throughout single-family neighborhoods. So the outreach we've done to date, we've held 8 public meetings with the Planning Commission starting in November, as Jason noted. We've participated in 2 Lower Maywood tours of existing middle housing in Bothell. We did an online survey and got 263 responses, and an online public forum in May and early June of 2022. We've done presentations to industry groups and at housing forums, and we've also held sessions with our utility providers within the city to make sure that we understood their concerns and limitations. And we created a middle housing web page to provide an easy way for citizens to get more information about middle housing. And again, a couple of images. These are all recent images of middle housing developments in Spokane and in Kirkland, I believe. So the walking tours in Lower Maywood were held in the picture on this slide. The upper left is in December of 2021 on a rainy day. Hopefully we'll have a little better weather on the January 31st walking tour, and time, route, and the duration of that are still being determined. But one of the examples on that walking tour are these 2 duplexes, relatively, well, actually quite new duplexes. The one on the left has been condominiumized, so provides home ownership for 2 different families or households. It's possible that the one on the right is also headed that way. These are not in single-family zones, but they're in zones that were previously predominantly single-family. In fact, 2 doors down is an existing single-family house. So again, back to the schedule and focusing in on where we are right now. On October 5th, the Planning Commission made its recommendations. In December, Jason gave a briefing on the process. We're here tonight on January 17th, giving a kind of a high-level view of these code amendments. And the schedule is to come back in a continued study session on February 7th, getting more into the details. And then an initial public hearing on February 21st. Potential decision then, or potentially also continued into March as needed. So again, a high-level discussion of the main elements of the Planning Commission recommendation. It proposes to allow up to a 4-plex on any residential lot in the city. It encourages the conversion of existing structures by codifying that non-conforming setbacks of existing structures can be expanded in order to create middle housing, and that was intended to encourage the preservation and adaptation of existing buildings rather than requiring or encouraging existing structures to be torn down and replaced with new ones. It allows flexibility in setbacks while maintaining the building footprint and therefore the overall envelope of new structures. But it only allows that in cases to preserve existing trees or create new natural amenities, and it specifies what would qualify in terms of natural amenities. It could be a planting of a new grove of trees or a stormwater infrastructure, a rain garden feature on the parcel. And that was largely in response to some of the negative feedback we got from this survey that felt that this would just, again, be another reduction in Bothell's tree canopy. So we wanted to address that. And then the regulations, the proposed regulations establish parking requirements for middle housing, and trying to strike a balance between providing parking for these new units without making that parking level so high that it makes them less affordable. The recommendations also have special rules for cottage and courtyard housing on larger lots. Both would allow more units on larger lots, and still maintain compatible scale. In the terms of courtyard housing, the structures would be in a U or L shape, depending on the lot. And cottage housing would be smaller footprint structures arranged around common open space. Both would require common open space to help create a community within the development. And then the proposal is to allow a density bonus for middle housing in new plats. The bonus would be greater, close to frequent transit and regional trails, and lower elsewhere, but would apply citywide. And together with this bonus are requirements to ensure that at least a percentage of these structures or these new units are attainable. So by increasing that unit, we have a nexus for adding requirements that a certain percentage of the units be affordable to households for ownership that earn 80% of the area median income, or for rental 60% of area median income. And on the right here are just some examples of how that would play out in a new subdivision. And the idea is that the developer would have some flexibility in how to do that. It could mean having one fourplex and a duplex, or 4 duplexes to provide those extra units, but all of it would be within the same envelope that is allowed for a single-family house. So you can see that the gray squares are single-family houses. The colored ones are various varieties of middle housing. In terms of accessory dwelling units, the big changes are to allow 1 attached and 1 detached per single-family residence, and then 1 per lot with middle housing. So a lot with a duplex that has room for a detached unit, or that can incorporate it into the unit, can have 1 per lot. The proposals also remove the ownership requirement, which is consistent with state policy direction, and also removes design requirements that don't apply to other housing. So middle housing, single-family housing, accessory housing all have the same level of design requirements. And we also are providing amendments to allow accessory units in multifamily zones, and particularly with townhome developments where townhome is on a lot that may have room for a detached accessory dwelling unit in the back, or perhaps one in the bottom of a multi-level townhome. Not directly related to middle housing, but one thing that came up in the examples that we looked at in the public input that we got was that we currently only allow lot size averaging and reducing the minimum size to the next lowest residential category for our 9600 zones. So the proposal is to allow that for all single-family zones. And that will enable a property with an existing house on it that might not be subdividable currently, that's big enough, but couldn't be subdivided because of the placement of that existing house, would allow some more flexibility to allow those types of lots to be subdivided. And it simplifies the code so that the same rules apply across those residential designations. So next steps. Tonight we're presenting the Planning Commission recommendations in the packet. On February 7th, we are going to include in that packet some staff recommendations for clarifications to the Planning Commission recommendations. As staff reviewed those a little more carefully, there were some concerns about how those would be applied. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that the code does reflect the Planning Commission's intent in those recommendations. And we hope to bring back some case studies, examples of actual real-life Bothell examples that have come forward to us during this process to show how these amendments would provide new opportunities for some current homeowners. And more graphic examples like this one that is coming from the Department of Commerce's current contract with to help communities develop codes around middle housing. Then on February 21st would be the initial public hearing. We will then provide those proposed amendments in ordinance form, and that will be the first opportunity for a decision by council. But we're also reserving some time in March for continuing that public hearing if needed, and continuing the decision to one of the meetings in March. So with that concludes the presentation, and we're open to receive any council feedback and direction for the next presentation.
Councilmember Owens.
Okay, I'm leaping in here because I know everybody's full of thoughts, and I'm probably going to wear you all out because I have, oh yes, I have several pages here, and so while everybody's still comparatively fresh, I'm leaping in first. One fear that we all have is a fear of a housing shortage and increasing our accessibility to housing for people. So I understand that. And I was thinking today that, you know, when you share if you've ever had to share a tube of toothpaste with anyone, everyone has an opinion on what the right way and the wrong way is to squeeze that tube of toothpaste. So I'm going to ask some questions, and it's directed at you. We're not really in a format to have conversations here, but my questions are, I'm going to toss out, get some clarification, and we're going to continue this conversation. My only request is, I heard a pastor recently say that most exercise that some people get is leaping to conclusions. So I hope when I ask questions, nobody's going to be leaping to conclusions that I have a specific bias here. I will be just like right up front, my priorities when I go out and doorbell and talk to people, whatever changes happen in Bothell, my priorities are are you a good neighbor with whatever you do with your property? And for me, that manifests itself in setbacks and parking, and are you leaving some big trees? So with that, I have some questions here. How did Planning Commission dialogue, because I did watch a lot of the conversation, but I didn't catch it all. How did the Planning Commission receive varied opinions from the public when they came to give testimony, as diplomatically as possible?
During the Planning Commission study sessions, they did take public comment at all the study sessions. I think they received public comment, if at most, if not all. Those of you who served on the Planning Commission know that we tend not to get a lot of public comment at Planning Commission meetings, but we did get a fair amount. There were some 20 folks that testified, or 20 different instances of public testimony. Some people testified more than once. Then we also got 17 written comments that were included in your packet. We've since got some more. One of those got into the packet, and there'll be more on February 7th. And then the Planning Commission was definitely involved in the planning and review of the online forum and the online survey, and then also were involved in the online forum. So they heard a variety of public comments there.
So did you feel like Planning Commission was, even though it might not have necessarily meshed with their own point of view, that they were taking other points of view in and dialoguing and ruminating on it? Or was it more of a, we're trying to convince you that, and have a discussion about this is really a great idea and let's tell you why? I'm putting you in a tough spot. If you don't want to answer it, you don't have to answer it.
I'm reluctant to characterize Planning Commission's efforts, but I think they did listen to, and I noted in my presentation some of the, they were going in some directions that in the final recommendations they did make some changes to respond to the feedback
That's really good to hear.
Got back. And I failed to mention we are joined here in the audience tonight is Planning Commission Chair Kevin Kiernan.
Yeah, I see.
He's available to answer questions as well.
I appreciate him being here. I have to tell you, I guess I have a question is, why didn't we put out mailers? Because my neighborhood is specified, I forget what page, I've got it written down here, is Sunrise Valley View is spelled out. No one except for a planning commissioner and myself and one other person knew that this conversation was happening. And so why, I think Mr. Paler asked about, why aren't there signboards? What is the hurdle that's keeping us from putting mailers out, especially when it's specific neighborhoods that are being impacted, something that people know that that this conversation is happening?
First of all, the code for area-wide plan and code amendments doesn't require
I understand.
mailings.
I understand.
When we do smaller area-wide code amendments, we do a courtesy mailing to residents within 500 feet. But in my experience, we never have done citywide mailings for code amendments that would affect, like, say, all residential zones, as this one would.
Well, I understand. Yeah, and I do. I'm sorry to interrupt. You've put so much time in here. Please don't interpret my interrupting as being discourteous, because that's not my intent at all. And I do know that staff went beyond what was required by law. We had a survey. I don't think surveys are required by law, but mail is a great way, especially when you have specific neighborhoods. And when we go out doorbelling, I don't know if anyone else who doorbelled in the last year and some change would hear people complain, we don't hear what's going on. And so when specific neighborhoods are being addressed, I think we have to, in our city budget, have to find a way to make that effort to work extra hard. It's a violation of trust. People are busy leading their lives. Hardly anyone reads the Times anymore. So we need to be more purposeful there. That's my two bits. And then there was a couple comments about the comp plan update. Do you feel like we pushed what was in the push the envelope on what is in the existing comp plan with this project?
When the corner lot duplex amendments were considered and adopted, we identified that there was a need to make some comp plan amendments to coincide with those. And at that time, the feeling was that we could defer those to the 2024 update. These amendments, expand upon that, and we, with our what we're calling our middle housing implementation grant that we're just getting started working on now, we are going to use that to develop comp plan amendments that then will feed into the 2024 update. But the planning framework that Commerce has set up for these kinds of amendments allows us to take that phased approach and do the code amendments first and the comp plan amendments.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, but I can see why people feel this is a little bit of getting the cart before the horse on this. I heard mention of tree protections. Did you quantify or describe what that looked like in this conversation? When I was going through, I didn't see trees meant, and you probably had it there, and I missed it, and I apologize, but I didn't see any mention specifically on tree protection. Is that because that's still in the pipeline that we're working on, or because it's a very vague, we're going to save trees, ends up being a very vague in practice what we end up doing?
We haven't, that was a kind of a late addition to the recommendations, and so we haven't actually created any graphic illustrations, but that's another thing that we intend to do with this implementation grant, is to provide more information both for potential applicants and to explain how these code amendments work graphically and show an example of how we might allow some adjustment in the setbacks to move the footprint, not make it any bigger, but move the footprint in order to save existing significant trees or create new.
That's great, because some of these trees have been growing for 100+ years, and the job that they're doing now will take another 100 years to reduplicate. Also, I noticed that on page 319 that fences were not allowed in shared open areas, and as a gardener, I was like, what if you're trying to keep rabbits out of a community garden? Could people put fences up on that? That's just a question that I have there. You don't need to answer that right now, but I would like an answer at some point. And then there's a few council members up here who care about equity in housing, and people who live in HOAs, please, I'm not singling you out, but are HOAs going to be exempt from this?
The proposal is that from the date of adoption, no new subdivisions will be allowed to have HOAs that prohibit middle housing.
Okay. Do we have HOAs that prohibit it now?
That's one of the tasks of the middle housing implementation additional analysis. We think there probably are, and we can't make that retroactive. So existing prohibitions will continue until those HOAs change them. So
because in reality, what you're asking some of the city to do and bear, but not all the city, is not an equal sharing burdensome. I think Kirkland a couple years ago went through their middle house planning, middle housing, and they ended up having Houghton dissolved because one small community was independent of code changes that was impacting the rest of the city, and I think HOAs also fall under that as well. And then I just having doorbelling and talking with people. I say I walked 500 miles doorbelling. Still, my feet still remind me of it. North to south, east to west, every little corner of Bothell. And everybody is very concerned about the protection of their homes and their neighborhoods. And so on one level, I feel like this is a vote that ought to, if Olympia does not move this through, that this really ought to be a vote that the people decide on, because we're talking about their homes, not us sitting up here. We only have our respective homes that we're living in. I think it's assuming rights that I don't think we necessarily are entitled to. You said that you had utility providers weigh in. So electric, sewer, I mean, who were the utility providers that weighed in on this?
These are the water and sewer
Water and
utilities.
sewer. Okay, so what would happen if somebody's on septic? Because we have a few of those.
Yeah, and this kind of redevelopment would require hooking up to sewer system.
So they'd have to go on a sewer before they could do any.
I think, I mean, there may be some situations where you could do
Look at
middle
the
housing
back.
on a septic, but generally, most new development does need to.
Even with an ADU that's on their in their house.
ADUs, perhaps, and the other one part of the discussion.
Depends on the septic size.
Yeah.
It's my exact scenario.
One of the, well, basically, the discussion with the utilities was, well, one of the pieces of feedback is, yes, there is capacity for this kind of, the projected number of new units that this would create. There were concerns from the utilities about how it would be structured, and that if middle housing was done in a way that the units could be sold individually, that they would then require those to have separate meters.
Right.
Without getting into, I can come back with more of that analysis, but and also fee structures that would encourage the types of middle housing that are most likely to be more attainable. Townhouses, as people have testified, are not much less expensive than single-family
Right.
houses, and many times more expensive
Right.
than existing single-family houses. But other types of middle housing, which would have a lower fee structure, would be less expensive than townhomes.
Okay. And then I'm getting ahead of my questions. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I owe you big time here. All of you. Impacts on soil, water recharging, pervious. Everything stays within a footprint, and do we maximize how much of a lot can be covered by a structure?
The recommendation includes some small 10% increase in building and impervious surface coverage that was adopted with the corner lot duplex rules, and that was intended to allow those rules that would allow non-conforming setbacks to be expanded in order to encourage adaptation of existing structures. But in general, critical areas rules with regard to impervious surfaces and setbacks would apply just the same as they do to other housing. Shoreline jurisdiction rules would apply to new middle housing, and the same as it would to a single-family house that was wanting to just expand the single-family home. So.
Okay. Well, Bothell is covered in springs. So the more that we feed into those springs, because they eventually go into the slough, and we don't circumvent that, the happier I am. And then you mentioned shoreline. Are we going to get the shoreline board recommendations that, as they relate to this? Can we have those?
I think they're in the exhibit that.
Did I miss it?
Ms. Agard.
That she gave us, right.
So let me just back up. So the Shoreline Board did discuss this and discuss a recommendation not to allow middle housing within the shoreline residential zones, and that was not that proposal did not prevail in the Shoreline Board recommendations.
Oh, it didn't prevail in the Shoreline Board but their recommendations.
And
Okay.
the same proposals were brought to Planning Commission to incorporate into the Planning Commission recommendations, and the Planning Commission also did not choose to go there.
Okay, all right. I'm on my last page. Property tax impacts. What is this going to do to people's property tax once this is allowed?
That is, again, one of the things we're going to be studying more we're going to be doing some more financial analysis as part of the implementation grant. That's mostly focused on addressing issues of potential displacement and equity issues, but that's a question that we can answer.
We have a lot of people on fixed incomes. We should have that information before we decide to put our rubber stamp on this. And then how do you assess and measure, I'm using air quotes here, available parking? Do you go look at it by times of day? Do you survey the residents? How do you decide what existing available parking is in an area?
Well, the Planning Commission discussed including provisions that would reduce the amount of on-site parking in situations where there was available on-street parking. But in the final recommendation, that wasn't included, and they instead just decided to put what they thought was a reasonable minimum parking requirement.
Well, I appreciate that. In my neighborhood, that's one of these neighborhoods that's being talked about, we have 5 students living next door to us, 2-car parking driveway, and probably more than 5 cars there on a regular basis. And so we have one house that's taking up and then there's another house that has a couple, some students living in it at the other end. Similar problem where the parking that the people who are living in the houses, those homes do not contain their parking needs, and their parking has, I would say, we raised 5 children in a 3-bedroom house. We're used to living in tight quarters. We have a big garage. It's probably or a big parking lot driveway that's probably like almost the same square footage as 1 floor of our house. And I know what it's like to try to get a number of drivers in and off the street. And I'm really concerned about what the impact would be for neighbors if we're not being mindful of owning our own parking areas. Everyone drives. It's a reality. We might like them to be on bikes and take transit, but most everyone needs at least 1 car to drive. And I think I will wrap it up. We're going to have another hearing, and I promise I will have fewer questions next time. Thank you for preparing this, and please thank Planning Commission for all the work that they put into this as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dodd.
Thank you.
Is the least comfortable with silence.
That is factually accurate. So thank you very much. Thank you to the Planning Commission. I was appointed to my seat on October 4th, so I missed the final vote for missing middle on October 5th. I was pretty bummed about that, but it was a pleasure to work on it. To answer your question, Councilmember Zorns, the Planning Commission receives public comment just as we do. We don't go back and forth. Staff is usually right there. Dave would go talk to people if there were misconceptions about the plan. I think one of the misconceptions I'm hearing in comment tonight in letters we receive is this is not a project. No one is going to build a specific duplex right now. This allows projects. What I like about this too is if you look at buying a single family home right now, there's kind of 2 ways to go. You can pick an HOA, which gives you some control over what your neighbors do in exchange for them having control over what you do. Different HOAs are different restrictions. So if you're in that kind of community, this cannot affect you. It's up to your HOA. You guys get to decide as a group. I had an HOA my first house. I didn't enjoy it. I don't have an HOA now. So I know that that gives me less control over what my neighbors do, but more control over my own property. I see zoning as something that prevents us from living next to, I always say fish cannery because that's the smelliest thing I can think of having next to my house, but that's not a challenge for people to come up with smellier things to build next to me, by the way. But so I think it's important to remember that the middle housing we're proposing here is house scale. A lot of this is going to be similar to the fact that there's people, I'm a millennial, people of my generation who still can't afford houses, who live at home. I know a number of people that I grew up with here in Bothell who live with their parents and raise their families, who've taken lots of different unconventional ways to have a house to live in this area because it's so expensive. So there's just not a huge difference in my mind between 2 or 3 families living in a single family home and 2 or 3 families living in a duplex or a triplex. We have this effect in our communities, even if it's not legal with separate ownership. And it honestly offers separate ownership opportunities that I would love to see. When we shop for houses in Bothell right now, there's some condos, there's some townhouses, and there's single family homes, and they're increasingly unaffordable. Providing a variety has been proven in other municipalities to help lower the cost of housing. Looking up townhouse sale prices as of right now isn't quite the comparison that I think is needed there. So I would love us to study the cost of housing in places that have actually gone through with this. As far as notifying neighbors, I think what's also great about this is this changes what's possible on some lots. It does it across the city, so we are not targeting specific neighborhoods. Like I said, HOAs are the insulation that some people have wanted and sought for their house purchase, and that's preserved in this. What also it allows is if someone next to you is going to build one, then the board goes up, you can see what they're proposing, you can make sure it's within limits, you can talk about specific trees. I don't see a way in this process for us to inventory every tree in the city and build code to preserve all of them, but it does follow the same development life cycle as other projects which do that. We've all heard about various specific projects that people are concerned about, and that can still continue after these code changes pass. I also would love to hear from more people. There's definitely different kinds of public feedback that we get on different avenues. The survey, for example, 263 responses in our packet. It said that was 1% of households in Bothell. That's not functionally anything. And what we did see a lot of is people saying, I don't like this, you shouldn't like it either, go fill out this survey, and completely bypassing the city's website that explained what we were doing. So I would love to hear from more people, but I would also love us to remember that because we've become such an exclusive place to live, my family, for example, my mom was a telephone operator and then worked in human resources at the phone company. My dad was an AutoCAD engineer, and Bothell was affordable compared to where they worked in Everett, and they wanted North Shore schools. I've done the math with what they paid for their house. I can't even say it because it hurts me in my heart how low it was compared to what my house is worth now and what I paid for it. And my parents couldn't live in this Bothell. I would not have grown up here. My brother wouldn't have benefited from North Shore's special education program and turned into the young man that he is. We need to make our community welcoming, and this is one way to do it. I don't want us to undervalue what making ourselves a more welcoming community would do and who that would let live here that cannot afford to live here now. It's also on my mind raising a kid here, how hard it was for me to buy compared to my parents. I can't imagine my 7-year-old trying to buy a house in the future. And if he can't afford to live anywhere near our urban growth area because we let house prices go higher and higher and higher, that's a failure of all of us to this next generation, whether it's the next generation is your kids or grandkids. We owe them the chance to see the same success as we have. So I love it, I support it, and I thank you for the work that's gone into it.
Thank you. And I stopped sharing the presentation. I can go back to any of those images if any of you want me to, but it also reminded me that I forgot to acknowledge that we have 2 of our consultants from OTAC joining us, and if there's any need for feedback from them, I can call on Sierra Carson.
Councilmember Alders.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Boyd, for bringing all of this to us. I remember back in October of 2021, when I was still on the Planning Commission, that this was brought forward and was going to be something that the Planning Commission was going to be working on. I missed most of it as a Planning Commissioner, but have been able to observe the process, and one thing I was looking forward to and I was hoping to see was public education and outreach, because this is a big shift in thinking about the purpose of cities and communities. And I know that not everybody is exactly on board with that or up to speed with the best evidence and practice that currently exists. And so I think one of my biggest questions is what kind of educational resources can you point the community to on, best information available? There's high quality information, there's easy to comprehend. And so a nice balance of the two of those that you could point the community to, who are willing to listen to what the evidence says about missing middle and why it's so necessary for our communities. What do you recommend?
Public education and outreach is a big part of the Missing Middle implementation grant that we're starting to work on, and that'll include a number of things. Our consultants will be providing some of those materials, again, very graphic oriented, so they're easy to understand. It also includes a special set aside to work with community-based organizations as part of that effort. And we're working with Arch and 5 other Arch communities to kind of pool our resources to do that most effectively. And then the community education and outreach also is going to be done through a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens. So we have and we're just setting up now the connections between our consultants, lead person on that, and city staff that is leading that effort.
Dave or Jason, could you speak to really quickly about attachment 3 and the FAQs that you're preparing and what that'll point to as well? How those are intended to be used going forward? I know they're attached in the packet, but.
So the FAQs are something that we've pulled together fairly recently, and we do intend those to be part of the outreach effort and something that we'll be posting on the Middle Housing website.
Yeah, and part of that implementation will also include a toolkit that we'll develop that will help different audiences understand what they can do when it comes to the code amendment, and the FAQs can be incorporated into that toolkit.
And one other thing, currently our website includes some really good graphic analysis that was done by the consultant for Kenmore's middle housing efforts, and Commerce is doing additional, is working with that same consultant to produce the graphics like the one I showed in the last slide, which will be used as part of the community education and outreach effort.
I really appreciate that, because I can tell that a lot of thought and a lot of effort is being put into gathering information to disperse, send out to the community. And I'm wondering, what's the timeline on those efforts, and what can we expect in terms of more information coming to the community?
The Commerce Grant runs through June, so unless they extend that deadline, we've got a lot of work to do in a relatively short amount of time. So, but we feel that we've got a good consultant team, and then again working with Arch and other communities that will be able to do some significant community outreach and at least set the table, and that work can continue at least on the staff level past that June deadline. But we have to spend the money that they're giving us by the end of June.
Now I'm unclear on trying to figure out the timing of this, right? So we have this grant money that is going to help us provide public education and outreach, and is this part of the process? These public hearings and special sessions, or study sessions, is that part of what is envisioned? And how does that effort, that grant money, relate to what we're doing in the next coming weeks, months?
So we look at all of the public meetings and public events that we have as part of the outreach. So yeah, starting back in 2000 with the corner lot duplex effort. But this new grant is really focused on helping us take whatever is adopted eventually, and our hope is that we will adopt something by the end of March, and then take that the next steps, provide materials that will help applicants do middle housing, do financial analysis to look at what programs might be needed to make it more possible, or what other steps may be needed in the future to make it easier for homeowners to do this, and then again make sure that we're that outreach reaches the underserved communities, and we know that we aren't reaching all corners of the community. So this will provide resources to help us do that.
So forgive me for restating this, but tell me if I've got this correct. These grant funds for public education and outreach are going to help members of the community who are interested in pursuing the adoption of some of these changes. Like we will approve what we approve, and then if a community member wants to avail themselves of these new opportunities and this greater freedom and flexibility of how they use their property, that public education is for them to help them along in that process.
That's a big part of it.
Is there anything I'm missing with that?
We know that there are, beyond code amendments, there are other things that enable or don't enable people to do things with their property. What we're hearing is that there are financing obstacles. And so that's one thing we're looking for in the financial analysis. Are there programs that we could promote that would make it easier for homeowners to make these kinds of improvements? Are there things that we can do in terms of our permitting or our fee structures that will make it easier? So those are all things, sort of follow-on actions that would be part of the implementation effort.
I think I've seen some of that with the ADUs as we've tried to relax some of the restrictions so it's easier to build ADUs. There's also extra support, guidance, assistance from the city to say, okay, now you can do this. Here's how, and that I know members of the community have really welcomed. Because a lot of times it's not a developer, it's not an architect who's saying, hey, I want to put an ADU on my property, right? They aren't having to buy, they're not buying new property to do it. It's, and so we are, me, you, like we're normal people trying to do something that we've never done before. And that support and assistance from the city is really important and helpful. And I'm glad to hear that is coming. And now I don't want to stay here all night and ask you questions, but I'm going to ask something that is pretty blunt and may sound clueless, but I just want to have it clearly stated. With these potential code amendments, if they are approved, is anybody compelled to or forced to change anything on their property?
No.
Never, right? This is all optional.
Correct.
Okay. Individuals individuals' households can choose from a greater menu of options of what they can do on their property going forward with some of these proposed changes.
Correct. And in fact, when we presented this to industry groups, some developers have said, you know, I'm not interested in doing middle housing. We build single-family homes, and that's what we're going to continue to do. The way the code is structured, that even if a developer comes in and does a 10-lot subdivision of all single-family homes, at least one of those will have to be contractually affordable.
That reminds me of another question I had. If a developer wanted to come in and build a subdivision that was 100% missing middle or middle housing, can they do that? Are they allowed under these recommendations to do that?
No. The bonuses would not allow you to do middle housing on every lot. That would require a doubling at least to do a duplex on every lot. And some of the staff revisions that we're going to bring back to you on February 7th were to make that clearer in the code, that that you can only do an increment more of housing units using middle housing, and then over time, individual homeowners could, over time, create more, but initially, a developer could only use the bonuses that are provided in the code.
That's really interesting, because the only way then to get to 100% middle housing in a neighborhood is if people choose to over time, but a developer can't just decide that for a subdivision at the beginning.
Not except in our multifamily, existing multifamily zones.
So multifamily developers could build middle housing in multifamily zones.
They do. As commenters have noted, that we are getting a lot of townhome construction, and some of that technically qualifies as middle housing, but that's the situation where you could do a project that was entirely middle housing. You could do currently, under our current regulations, cottage housing. Nobody has, but these amendments will create more opportunities for that.
It's interesting because I don't know, this is maybe just how I conceptualize things, but I play a little game of when does it become illegal to do things that I know exist? And with not allowing developers to build 100% middle housing in a new subdivision, you've just made my childhood home illegal in Bothell. And that's surprising to me, because I remember very fondly that this what we would consider miles of duplexes existed in a subdivision in my hometown, and it was a good life. It was a good experience. It was a good community, and I was really grateful that we had affordable housing options. Then when the house market crashed, they got even more affordable, but that helped us through some of the hardest times of our lives, with knowing that we could have some affordable housing options. And so I'm actually a little surprised that we don't go that far in saying, you know, we could have whole subdivisions of missing middle. Was that ever discussed? And is that something that maybe isn't being proposed in this proposal, but could be proposed in the future?
Certainly could be proposed in the future, and it currently, like I said, would be possible in our downtown transition, either the downtown corridor districts, in our 2800 and our 4000 zoning, and our 5400D zoning. All of those could be developed entirely with duplexes or other forms of middle housing.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate the clarification on that. There may have been another question that I wanted to ask in there, but I think that's good for now. I look forward to our next meeting, and because I'm sure you're going to take a lot of what you've heard tonight and provide us additional information and guidance. And so I really appreciate that. Thank you for everything that you've done, for taking our questions, for allowing us this opportunity.
Thank you.
What we'll also do to make clear for next time we come back is when we're making those amendments, that we're not part of the Planning Commission's recommendations, but as staff has looked through them, we'll highlight those, so it's very clear. And the issue that you just brought up about not having 100% middle housing as part of a plat or a subdivision is something that we can highlight how we're going to put in certain controls for that. And so that'll be clear for the entire committee, council to see.
All right. Going once. Councilmember Mankey.
Thank you, Mayor. I was trying to let everyone go before me because I also have quite a few questions being new to planning and zoning and going through the packet. So hoping others would ask questions also that I had asked. But to start at the beginning, can you tell me a little bit about the history of our zoning? We've referenced Lower Maywood has missing middle, but at some point we changed our zoning. So I'd like to know, if we know, why is it only in a small area and why is it currently not allowed?
I'm not an expert, but my understanding is that most residential areas in the U.S. Up until the 20s or 30s were allowed a variety of housing types, and that's why you see in a lot of those older traditional neighborhoods this mix of not only middle housing types but corner stores scattered throughout a mostly single-family neighborhood. In the early part of this century was the development of exclusive single-family zoning to again, to do a lot of things that have been expressed here to create and protect a character of neighborhoods that folks wanted to preserve and frankly to keep out other people that they didn't want to have in their neighborhoods, a variety of income levels and types of people. So that's basically the history of how we got to this point, and a big part of the middle housing movement is to remove that exclusivity from much of our zoning, and a large percentage of our zoned area throughout certainly throughout this area is single-family zoning, and so it's not the answer to affordable housing or any other to make buying a home more attainable to more people, but it's one tool in the toolkit that we think is worth exploring.
Are duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes currently not permitted? I know townhomes are considered middle housing, and we're seeing a lot of those go up, specifically Country Village, Canyon Park. I know there's more planned down the Bothell Way corridor into downtown Bothell. So I know those are permitted. I believe the zones, just poking around on the Cobb map, saw that there are RAC zones, I believe, that allows it. But are there other zoning classifications within the city right now where they are permitted, specifically duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes?
Yeah, our 5400D was created to allow attached housing, and at the time, or since the time that was adopted, what we've got mostly is what we call detached condominiums. So they built separated houses on their own lots, and since then, some of them have wanted to convert into to make them easier to sell as fee simple lots. So we created a whole new, what we call an offspring lot subdivision rule around that. But those zones that I mentioned, R2800, R4000, R5400D, all would allow middle housing types.
Okay, I'm familiar with
the more dense zones. Yeah.
Okay, I'm familiar with R4000A. My first home here in Bothell was an R4000A detached condominium. I think my lot size was 3,600 square feet, so house took up a good portion of that, and that's one of the reasons why I relocated to a new house, is that just not enough room for the kids to play. I'm wondering, are we meeting our current building targets as a city in both King and Sammamish County?
Every time we update the comprehensive plan, we have to do that analysis and make sure that we have the zoned capacity for that. Having the zoned capacity doesn't necessarily mean we're meeting that capacity. That's up to the market to provide that housing. But we do know that according to PSRC's Vision 2050, in central Puget Sound, we can expect to need another 1 million housing units. The current effort that we're starting into the comp plan is going to be a big part of that is going to be refining those housing targets and making sure that we do continue to have the capacity to meet those.
But to confirm, we have zoned appropriately to meet the targets that have been requested of us.
We met the targets for the last update in 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And those targets are set by PSRC with the knowledge that there are, I believe it was 1.8 million folks coming to this region, and right. Each city is allocated a certain number of homes that they expect to be built, and so we need to zone per that plan, and we have been doing that to date.
We've been meeting the targets. Whether we're actually meeting the constructed goals or not, that's going to be part of the analysis that goes into our comp plan update. And the other thing that's being introduced this time around that we haven't done before is setting targets for affordability, and we're pretty sure that we're not meeting reasonable target. We're not meeting the need out there for attainable housing for different income levels.
Okay. With these new changes, is the building envelope the same size as the current requirements, or I think I saw we were giving bonuses, is that right, for some of the missing middle housing types?
Not in terms of the building envelope. We're providing some flexibility. We're doing minor exceptions for existing homes that are non-conforming, but in general, for new construction, the building footprint will be and height, the building envelope will be the same.
Okay. Have we looked at what impact there is going to be to impervious surfaces, knowing that our water that does not drain into the ground flows elsewhere, could be into the street, picking up debris and contaminants, then into our system, out into the streams. Do we have any idea, or has anybody analyzed the impact that could have by increasing the square footage on properties throughout the city?
Like I said, we worked with our utility providers who also take care of our stormwater drainage systems, and they think that the proposed regulations won't, strain our capacities, and again, the allowances for those small bonuses, that 10% increases, are only in those situations where you've got an existing structure that's non-conforming and trying to adapt that.
With these changes, how do we plan to protect our most affordable housing and ensure that they don't get replaced by, multiple multi-million-dollar homes? And I know there's only a certain amount that we can do that. We want to respect property rights, and one of the advantages of this is we give more property rights to property owners to build additional things on their property without restricting them. But one of my main concerns is our mobile home parks around the city. I'm guessing this applies to them, and I would worry that with the additional housing that could be built and the additional profit that could be made on that, those folks would be in jeopardy, and we'd be risking losing housing for likely the most vulnerable in our city. So I'm curious if we've thought about that at all, if we've considered it, if we have mitigating factors in place to account for that.
All of the mobile home parks in the city that have mobile homes on rented pads are protected by a mobile home park overlay, which basically says that you can't change that use without a comprehensive plan amendment. So there, and Bothell was one of the first communities to protect mobile home parks that way, and it's been replicated in some form in a lot of other communities. The mobile home parks where people own the lot that they sit on potentially could be redeveloped for middle housing, but I think most of those parks actually do require that the residences be manufactured homes, and so far there isn't a that's another part of the kind of the building ecosystem. So we talked a little bit about financing, but also the building products. That's one product that probably doesn't exist or isn't very prevalent in the market right now. So that's something that we'll be looking at in the market analysis with the implementation grant.
Okay, that's helpful. We had a few references to other cities who have implemented something similar. I know that Kirkland passed their changes just before COVID. I think it was the last meeting before COVID hit. So, hasn't been much time, not a lot of opportunity, I don't think, for public comment. I did tune in to our neighbors in Kenmore and watched what occurred there. And I will say that I don't think it went very well. By the amount of and lack of knowledge on residents coming and speaking to it, they did not feel communicated to, and I have concerns about that here in Bothell. I know we've done what we needed to do statutorily, but given the wide-ranging change that this is, I think we need to do a lot more in that regard. I think about something that I first heard when I got elected to council last year. I believe it was AWC that brought it up. RCW 4256030 states, the people insist on remaining informed so that they maintain control over the instruments that created them. And that's a pretty powerful statement to me. We are making the information available, which this is part of the Public Records Act, so, I acknowledge that. But going above and beyond that for large things like this, where the community should be able to give feedback, they should be provided with frequently asked questions, and provided more information about what this is not, how it works, what potential outcomes could be. All of those things, I think, are helpful. I think it was also in the Planning Commission recommendations. They said beyond the limited scope of these amendments, additional work should be done to promote middle housing through education and outreach. So I think we're all aligned on that. I haven't heard anything different from council tonight, but I just want to reiterate that again, that I think that's a crucial thing that we should be doing. I know the timeline that we have is very short. I would like to see that extended as just a piece of feedback to allow us to do the work that we need to do in order to provide information, to obtain the feedback, and to really consider this. And to be frank, Planning Commission had this for about a year or so. I know that they did a lot of this work putting this together with staff, and that's what we asked them to do. For council, I think we need a little more time to consider it as well and to collect all those things. So that's just one piece of feedback that I have. So like I said, it just goes back to my question about cities that have implemented this. Do we have any data on, are they getting missing middle built? Is it actually being built, or are developers finding that it's more economical for them to build something different, a different product?
The communities that have allowed this outright throughout the residential zones don't have a long track record, but the initial feedback is that a relatively small number of single-family homeowners pursue this, at least in the time frame that we've seen to date. I've heard numbers of like 3 to 5%. So that's another thing that we want to get more information on through our studies, and maybe some of that we'll be able to bring back to you at the next study session or before you take action. So we're working on that.
In regards to the half a mile provisions, I'm curious how we arrived at that distance. I believe there was a discussion about the routing of transit that happened a while back, and I remember asking, well, why don't we route transit this way through town? Why are we routing it right outside the building here? And the answer that I got back was people are not willing to walk more than 3 blocks to catch transit, 3 or 4 blocks. And I thought that was kind of interesting because I ride transit and I walk a little more than that generally to get to and from my route. But half a mile is quite a bit more than 3 or 4 blocks, and recognizing that not every half a mile segment is protected with safety, sidewalks, could be geographical features. We have a lot of hills in Bothell, and all of us at Doorbell have very much experienced that, which is a lot of fun. But how are we taking that into consideration? Are we looking at, I know, not just straight line, but actual street, sidewalks, safety aspects?
Yeah, the half mile buffer is a half mile walking distance. So it would take into account barriers to that. And that was actually one of the comments that we got through the public process that did change the recommendation from Planning Commission. Because initially, and I think for corner lot duplexes, the parking reduction applied to a half mile radius, and with more input, they decided that the walking distance was the correct way to go.
With the affordability component, I know you mentioned that 1 unit in a 10-unit development must be affordable at 80% area median income. How does that work exactly? Is it the developer must sell at a fixed price, or is it those that qualify for it are eligible to make an offer on that home, and then the price can be bid up from there based on what someone is willing to pay? Do you have any information, or can you provide more information on that aspect?
We rely on Arch to first do the calculation to determine with the increased capacity what is a reasonable affordability requirement to impose, and then they actually help us manage those actually develop the contracts and negotiate the contracts with the developers and then monitor them. I didn't have Mike Stanger from Arch join us tonight, but we can certainly have him join one of the future sessions.
I'd also add that's typically also related to the number of bedrooms and related to how much a typical household would be spending on housing costs, usually not to exceed 30%. So that all goes into that factoring of that initial price, so that it does not exceed what a household at that AMI level would be able to afford.
Okay, I just asked because if it's a fixed price and we have 200, 300, 400 people all bidding on a single home, I think that creates its own new problem, and I know it's not our problem specifically. That's up to the housing creator to decide how to handle that, but I could just foresee that potentially occurring in that kind of a situation. Does it ride with the land in perpetuity, or is it a one-time benefit?
The affordable requirements, all of the ones that we've adopted here are last for the life of the project. So until whatever time the property is torn down and redeveloped, that those would be in place.
Okay, so kind of like the Habitat for Humanity model where it's always sold at a discount to market rate, but the person who owns it benefits from the market gains over time.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, that's good. I very much appreciate that. Few more questions. What kind of impact do we anticipate this having on staff, specifically from our community development, public works? Do we anticipate over time there's going to be a large spike in staff needs to cover this, or do we expect to be able to manage it just incrementally with typical growth of the city?
All the evidence we've heard to date is that it is fairly incremental process, that a limited number of people will adopt this, and that'll continue over time. But and that again, we'll be looking at that more carefully. But our feeling is that it won't. And again, in terms of the management of the affordability units, we do rely on Arch, so that's not an impact on our staffing.
We're also considering ways that we can track this over time for internal purposes and to the city council and report on that trajectory. And if we are able to identify fourplexes and greater sort of that middle between the single family and multifamily, so we can track things better and see if it is placing a strain or more of a demand on certain parts of the department and adjust accordingly.
Last question. Are these changes required to be in the comprehensive plan? In looking through it, I know it was last done in 2015. There are notes in there. Part of the vision statement is, we, the people of Bothell, believe that certain controls on choices of individual action are appropriate to ensure the community's best interests are realized. I think this is in stark contrast to that. So I'm not saying we shouldn't do something or we shouldn't open the comp plan or change it or anything like that. I'm just asking the question, given that there's a stark contrast there, are we going to change it? Do we need to change it beforehand? I know that this comp plan was developed with a lot of community input over a lot of time, so I'm curious how we're approaching that.
Well, we do recognize that there are some comp plan amendments that will need to be made to be consistent, and that we can do those following the code amendments. And that's part of what the implementation grant will support. We've already identified many of those in the corner lot duplex effort, but we have funding now to take a closer look at that and then feed that right into the 2024 comp plan update process.
Okay, so it's theoretical that the code could go into place before the comp plan?
Right, and there are provisions in the commerce funding that's supporting this work that allow us to do that.
Gives me a bit of pause, given I'm not against change, but given what this document represents and the feedback that went into it, I think I would have a hard time looking at this for a big change without going into that process. Just thinking through it as it is currently. Still have a lot of questions. I still have a lot of thinking about this and processing, and excited to get more information to learn more about this. I think just overall in summary, my initial thoughts are giving more individual freedom to property owners is not a bad thing. There could be more housing choice and diversity, although it's not guaranteed. I think that's also a negative potentially or concern. It may be more affordable, although we don't know. It's not affordable housing, and the market dictates the prices, and market dictates prices based on availability of that housing type and other factors in the area. So that's also a concern that I have, I guess I would say. It runs both ways. Also concerns with not being equitable. I live in an HOA currently. I fought the battle on something as simple as I'm entitled to 6 chickens per city code, but they say, no, you may not have any chickens. I'm only asking for 3. So something like this would definitely cause a stir there. I know there's a lot of homes like mine that were built late 80s, mid 90s, planned unit HOAs, and it's interesting that they would and we would be exempted from that. And I know that's the state law could change that, but it seems a bit inequitable to me. So that does cause me a concern. Again, doesn't mean affordable housing necessarily. And I mentioned the community outreach aspect of it. So thank you for the work that you've done to date. I think this is insightful. It's a lot for us to process, especially those of us that have not been in planning commission, but like to go on the Cobb map and click around and look at what's coming and how the zoning's laid out. So I appreciate the work you've done and look forward to more information in the future.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for bringing this forward in the presentation. I do want to start off by giving Councilmember Mankey a shout out. Listening to your words, your questions, your comments resonates well with me because so there's some of the same comments that I've heard from our community. And so I just wanted to say thank you for bringing those questions and making those comments tonight. I too have a list of over 100 plus questions. Council members spoke before me, led me to adding some additional questions. And so for the sake of time, I'm not going to go through all of these. I will definitely be summarizing this and sending it, forwarding it on for further review from city staff, et cetera, for our next study session. There are a couple things that I did, however, want to touch on. Being in the industry for over 30 years, the housing industry, we often talk about different types of housing. And tonight I've heard missing middle, I've heard middle, and I've heard affordable. And I think it's important that for not just myself, but for the community, for the council, that we understand what the differences are from missing middle. Is Bothell truly missing middle housing? Do we have middle housing? And what does that look like? What does our affordable housing look like? I think you spoke a little earlier about our mobile or manufactured home sites have overlays on them. That's an amazing step that we took many years ago to ensure that we created and kept in perpetuity that affordable housing. So I think we need to understand what that looks like across our city. What type of affordable housing projects are being built today? What type are not? I believe we had an MFTE come before us here not too long ago for micro apartments, potentially for affordable housing, 181 affordable housing units. And that project hasn't moved forward yet. We met with Arch, we talked to Arch. Why hasn't it? Hopefully that can be part of the discussion moving forward. We heard from folks, Planning Commission. We've had emails from folks about different projects moving forward on Hall Road and other parts of our community, and residents coming out and wanting to understand what's happening within their neighborhoods. So I think it's important that we look at things holistically across the city and kind of understand what our housing needs are and where we want to go into the future. Affordability is a topic that comes up often regionally. And one of the questions that comes to my mind every time somebody says affordability is affordable to whom? Who are we trying to serve? What does that affordability look like? We keep talking about median. Are we trying to build $400,000, $300,000, $200,000 homes in the city of Bothell? Are we trying to build $1 million homes versus $3 million homes? I would really like to understand what that looks like and where it's going to be. We talk about cottage housing, we talk about duplexes, fourplexes, triplexes across cities. Demand is what builders and developers are going to build if it's market rate. If it's incentivized by the community, that might be a little different. But most developers, most builders are going to build what the demand is. And if the demand is to tear down a single family home and build a duplex on a site, they're going to go market rate. And I can tell you, just based on where I live in my house right now, my house was affordable to me when I bought it, but it would not be affordable to me today if I sold it and had to move somewhere else. But if I sell it to a developer, the affordability piece is gone for me because I can't afford it with today's wages that I make. So I'd like to understand what stock we have currently and what that looks like as far as affordability for the future and where that's going to be within our community. Often we hear about what other cities are doing around the region. What's good for Kenmore might not be good for Bothell. What's good for Kirkland might not be good for Bothell, or vice versa. I think it's important to understand what the makeup is of our community, understand where our community is trying to go into the future. That's why we plan. That's why we have the planning that we do. So I think it's important that we find out what the community of Bothell wants to be, is looking forward to being. We talk about neighborhoods, you know, you take a house, you live in a house, you buy a house today, you buy a house 41 years ago, we heard from a resident. For some of us, that's the most expensive purchase we'll ever make in our life, is our home. And I can just speak for myself that I bought my home in the community of Bothell because I wanted to raise my family here. And obviously when I bought my home, price was an issue. But I fell in love with the neighborhood, I fell in love with the area. And when we make, in my opinion, a change to zoning that can affect me, I would like to have a voice at the table. And the reason I bring that up is because I think Councilmember Mankey and a couple others alluded to this is, how do we notify the community? Is it mailers? Is it putting boards up? I think there was a small comp plan zoning change that we did in 2015, 2018 or something like that you had mentioned. And if I'm not mistaken, we had boards throughout the city where people with in the surrounding area that were affected. Did we do that in the past?
We do have a number of notice boards around the city that we have used in the past to not only publicize comp plan efforts, but also individual, like the Imagine Bothell notices.
Fabulous. So is that something we could leverage again and do that for this?
We could utilize those notice boards, yes.
Okay, so, and then mailers, like, I guess I'm trying to understand what is our process or policy for when we have zoning changes? How do we notice the people that are affected? So as an example, I live near a transit corridor, so I'm affected by that. So how would I know, unless I'm sitting on the dais or go to the website, that this is coming?
Well, there are a number of ways, and our code requires us to publish notice in our Journal of Record, Seattle Times. It requires us to post notice boards in the areas of zoning changes. But for a citywide process like this, the current best opportunity is to use the existing notice boards that are scattered around the city, probably.
Okay, so we are going to do that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Can, yeah.
Okay, that's fabulous. I didn't know that process was going to take place. And is there a timeline that those have to be up and showing what's happening? Or I'm not quite sure, because typically on development we have to put a board up for new development when we're getting ready to do something, a short plat or whatever, and that has to be up so many days and allow people public comment. Is that the same process?
Well, there's no statutory requirement for an area-wide rezone like this, but we could use the existing notice boards that we have to help get the word out more broadly.
Okay, so just to make sure that I'm clear, there's no statutory requirement for us to notice the community of this zoning change, but there is when you do a short plat.
There are statutory requirements in both cases. They're different.
Okay.
The short plat does require the mailed notice to the 500-foot radius. We don't have a requirement for a mailed notice for an area-wide rezone like this, or an area-wide code amendment like this. This is not a rezone technically.
Gotcha. And so what's the purpose of the development board on a short plat? What, like as an example, why would somebody put that up?
To inform the neighbors the upcoming project. Those are project level notices. So that's when somebody's, and that'll happen with middle housing when there's a proposal to actually build projects.
Gotcha. So now, so I'm understanding that it's project-based. So as an example, we change the zone that then allows somebody to do that without noticing it to the community. And then the community has to then see that development board when somebody goes to build that development. And at that time, it's already an approved use. Is that correct?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say there's no notice. We do have requirements for publishing code amendments. We have the Imagine Bothell notice that goes out monthly with that includes both Planning Commission and Council and other boards potential consideration of code amendments, and then we use the website and social media to advertise these efforts as well.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to speak for myself. If I wasn't sitting here, to be honest with you, as busy as I am in my daily life, I wouldn't notice the website. I don't read the Seattle Times. And so to me, what I'm hearing from the community is I didn't know about that. I mean, we had people speak to us tonight, didn't know about it until yesterday. So to me, I'm bringing this up because I'm hoping that we can find a way to leverage our outreach and ensure that more members of our community, 263 people in our community that I think took that survey, if that's the number is accurate, is not a very good reflection of snapshot of our community. We've had more people in the chamber here during the council meeting than that. So I want to make sure that we use every opportunity that we can, anything that we can do to get that message out to the community. I want to make sure we do so because I don't want to see the room packed with people that feel like they're uninformed. So we covered that. The HOA piece, I'm not sure I quite understand what it meant that HOAs might have to dissolve, or the state may force them to dissolve their HOA.
No, some of the state legislation that was proposed last year had provisions that would prevent HOAs from prohibiting middle housing from the adoption forward. That's what the current Planning Commission recommendation is for Bothell. None of that goes retroactive. Existing HOA provisions would still be in effect.
Okay, so do we have an idea of how many HOAs would not be participating or have to be forced to participate or be rezoned? I mean, are they being rezoned and they just, because of their HOA CC&Rs, don't have to do anything or can't do anything? Or I'm not sure I'm understanding that.
So if there's and we haven't done the research on exactly how many HOA CC&Rs already would prevent middle housing. Those provisions, but we can't change those retroactively. We can just say going forward, we're not going to approve any HOA covenants that prohibit middle housing.
Okay, so I might have been just confused because I thought Councilmember Zorns had brought something up about Houghton or something, and the state did something with that neighborhood, and I just want to make sure that we're not doing something with neighborhoods to jeopardize or force them and HOAs to do things. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that this doesn't have anything to do with that.
No, we don't have any neighborhood associations similar to Houghton, so I don't think that example really applies in Bothell.
Okay. I want to ask you a question about the growth management targets. I think Councilmember Mankey had brought up where are we with our targets? Have we met our targets? Are we meeting our targets? And I think there was a piece in there about the new PSRC looking at this year, something new coming forward about affordable targets.
Yes, that's part of what we're anticipating that we'll have to do as part of our 2024 update is not only meet new housing targets, which are still being developed, but also demonstrate that we're we have capacity and regulations in place to meet affordable and attainable housing targets.
Okay, so that study will be done after February?
That'll be part of the 2024 comp plan.
Okay.
Update, yeah.
So we're potentially passing something without knowing the facts of whether we can or cannot meet targets, or we already are meeting targets. Am I understanding that correctly, or?
I guess what I would say is that this legislation would help us meet some of those targets. It's not going to go all the way. It's not the only tool that we need to use to provide affordable and attainable housing, but it's one. It'll help in one part of that solution.
Okay, so I, again, want to make sure that I'm clear in understanding you. When you talk about middle housing, that does not mean it's affordable housing, correct? So we have to figure, for me, for my purposes, I need to separate the two. I need to make sure that we know what, I would like the council to know what is our affordable housing targets, where we currently are, right? Where we want to be. And the same thing applies for middle housing, because I think I heard you say we are building middle housing. So is it missing? I mean, what is the target? And is it 1,000 homes a year, 2,000 a year? Middle housing types? Are we meeting that? So as an example, if we want to say that our target is to build 1,000 middle housing units a year, are we meeting that target right now currently?
We haven't done that analysis, and we won't have a target for middle housing per se. We'll have a target for total housing units, and then they're developing targets for housing that meets different income levels. And middle housing could be part of the solution for some of those middle target levels.
Got you. So that brings up a great point. Thank you. So we should also be looking at our single family home numbers, right? So if we're building 100 single family homes, 500 middle housing homes, different middle housing type homes, apartments, condos, all of that kind of combined, right, goes into a much bigger picture?
That's part of the total housing unit, meeting the total housing target. Yeah.
Okay.
All those housing types.
You had mentioned the walk on the 31st, doing the walk on the 31st. That's a snapshot of an area that we currently have that is currently built as middle housing?
Well, the Lower Maywood neighborhood did develop with a variety of housing types, single-family homes, duplexes, triplexes, and then even some small apartment buildings. So it's an example of a neighborhood that has a variety of housing types, and so we've used that to show people, in real life what some of these middle housing types look like, how they fit into a neighborhood.
Okay, and then I think you mentioned there was like Ballard or some other areas that are also reference points. Is the visit just for Maywood, or is it going to be for the other areas?
Well, one thing we're trying to do is develop a list of examples nearby. For example, Kirkland has a couple of cottage housing developments that won't be part of the tour, but will provide some addresses for those who want to go and take a look at those.
Okay, that'd be fabulous. I'd love to see what those different areas look like, and I'd love to make sure that the community gets the opportunity to see those. Or the other thing was I think I believe it was Councilmember Manke had brought up something about the taxes. If I remember correctly, an assessor, maybe, and I'm not sure if I got the right council member, but I believe I heard something about taxes. Is there, if this rezone goes into place, that's not going to affect people's property taxes, is it?
the analysis that I've done to date where we've increased capacity in a zoned area hasn't appeared to affect the property tax, but that hasn't been an exhaustive study. We're going to take a closer look at that as part of the financial analysis that we're going to be doing as the part of the middle housing implementation grant.
So there is a possibility of that?
There is. What I've seen to date in my own analysis doesn't seem to support that. The property taxes are, the King County assessor establishes the highest and best use and bases the tax on that. And I haven't seen that when we've increased the capacity in an area that's really had an impact on their assessments.
Okay. So I'm very interested in learning more about that, especially for our fixed income community members. It'd be important for us to understand if there is going to be an effect on them. I think we already talked about, understanding the duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, single family homes. What are we building? How many are we building currently? What does that look like into the future? Obviously we're in a very hard time right now economically with housing prices. Even though our economy looks one way, I can tell you from lived experiences that building a house today is actually more expensive than it was just last year. Still, it's not going down. It's costing more to build. Commodities are still high. So again, I get back to, if we tear something down that was built a year ago or 10 years ago or 20 or 30 years ago, it's going to cost more to replace that stock than it was with what's actually there now. So incentivizing tearing down something to add to new things is actually creating less affordability. That's just, you can check my facts if you want, but been doing it long enough to be able to say that. And then just understanding the outliers, the small lots and across our city, what does that actually look like? I agree with the fact that the Planning Commission, I believe you said, had 15 months to review this, to study this. As a city council member, I would expect that I could at least have the opportunity to spend as much time on it as they spent on it. While I know it's a lot of staff time and resources, again, I get back to the fact that we are affecting potentially a lot of people within our community. So I think it's our job to do what we were elected to do, and that's to do the work for the people and make sure that we make decisions with the information and the facts. You had mentioned working with groups like Arch and other groups. I don't know if that's planning groups or whom, but hopefully that includes community groups, neighborhood groups. Spending as much time working with our community neighborhood groups as we do with Arch, I think, is going to be important on this issue. And I believe that, to me, I feel like I want to hear more from the Planning Commission on what their takeaway was from the community coming and speaking to them when they did. I feel like I still have a disconnect because I feel like I've read a lot of people that had some concerns, and I don't know if how those, it sounds like those concerns were addressed, but I just don't know how they were addressed. So I'd love to hear more from the Planning Commission, and I don't know if that's something I need to go speak to the Planning Commission directly on, but I'd love to hear more about how we met or addressed the issues that the community was bringing up. And then I guess, like I said, I'll summarize all of this for everyone. But I can't stress enough, we had a packed house tonight. That packed house tonight was for a basketball court. Just a basketball court. I shouldn't say just, because we heard kids that have played there for 24 years. They grew up playing there. And I can tell you, we had the same issue when we tried to rezone Wayne to build condos on the front nine. I remember it very clearly. And I think that everybody on this dais, everybody in the city has the best intentions, and we're trying to do the right thing. We're trying to create affordability within our community, and we're trying to make everybody feel welcome. But sometimes rushing to do something doesn't mean we're doing the right thing. Sometimes we just have to take our time and plan things out and understand and look and listen to one another. So if I say I'm concerned about something and somebody next to me says, well, this is how it's going to be, that's not really listening to one another and having an open dialogue. And I'm not saying anybody up here is doing that. What I'm saying is I heard enough from community members tonight to feel like we need to do a better job and not try to make a quick decision on this. Without hearing from the majority of our community, I feel like there's something missing. And when something's missing and we do something without the input of them, I mean, a prime example is the fireworks. We went out to the people for a vote on fireworks. And it came back and we were quite surprised that they wanted to keep them. But we still banned them, which is okay. That was a decision of the council. But my point is that they had their voice heard. And here I feel like we owe it to the community on something this big to ensure that they're having their voice heard. So I'm sorry I took so long. Again, I appreciate all the hard work and effort from the Planning Commission, from staff, from council. This is no small decision that's going to be made. This is probably, for me, the biggest decision as a council member in 7 years I've had to make. And I take it very serious. And I want to make sure the community knows I take it serious. So I thank everybody for the time tonight and allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Unlike Councilmember McNeil, I'm going to take 2 more hours. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
You're talking about me.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Just wait.
I'll go 2 minutes then. I would like to start by saying I agree we need to do more outreach. Had I not been sitting here, before I came to council last year, I never heard of anything that's happening in the city. So I think we need to do a better job. We've talked about it before, reaching out to different communities where they are. That's a larger topic, not just particularly for this, but maybe this could be our pilot project for this. You know, I wrote down here, and I added it because we stood up, we did the Pledge of Allegiance, and the end of the Pledge of Allegiance says, "And justice for all." Yet I am noticing that we are becoming exclusive affluent city, which is not justice for all. Those who aren't blessed enough to be able to buy or rent in our city, but have to work in our city, you live far away. You know, I go places and I intentionally go ask different people from all over, you know, in the grocery store, like, where do you live? Why do you live there? And all these things. And price is always, as we know. Like Councilmember McNeil, I cannot afford to live in my own house that I bought in 2009. I was very fortunate, you know, to catch that low wave, and there's no way I can do it today. I heard in testimony today for HB 1110, the missing middle Washington State bill, House bill, that King County needs a little over 11,000 units per year to accommodate the growth. There is no way, if not every jurisdiction within King County, I'm just talking King County, we're both Snohomish and King County, so I don't even know what, I didn't get to a part where Snohomish County was mentioned. But if 11,000 units per year for King County alone, and we do not do our part as a regional, because this is a regional housing problem. It's not just a Bothell problem. It is a Bothell problem. Because laws of economics say that if you do not increase supply, assuming constant demand, then you're going to have higher prices. So we need to have supply that actually exceeds the demand, because there is a lot of demand, because people are getting priced out of other areas. So people are actually moving out of Bothell now, because now we've become so expensive that people can't afford to live here. And the question, I don't know what the protocol is, but I'm going to do it anyway. I was just going to ask how many here read The Color of Law, the book? Our predecessors have created the mess we're in housing today. I mean, they was, dancing around the issue, but the exclusionary zoning was to exclude certain kinds of people from being here. I know I'm fortunate that I'm here now, that we don't have those crazy ideas, but HOAs were created for that reason. The federal government did stuff, realtors did stuff and all that, which I might add, realtors are actually for middle housing now, which is a good thing. So we have issues, and I encourage everybody, it's in the library, go get it, read it, and look at our history, which we really need to act on to become more inclusive and equitable. We talk about those things. I wanted to, this is the values statement. Why I feel like we need to increase the types of housing. We have to have more different types of people to be living here nearer where they work. And to enable, if you want to talk about property ownership, to enable me, because I was talking to my wife, our kids are getting older, they might move out of the house here soon. So I was like, how about we tear down, we were talking about this issue, how about we tear down our house and build a duplex? Like, oh, yes. Well, that's a good idea for people who are becoming empty nesters, to do that and have some supplemental income and all that. We don't need... Convert the house. Convert the house, yeah. What does it say? English is not my first language, sorry. I wanted to jump into some questions about the actual codes, because I'm brand new, because then again, we talked about, let's convert the house to a duplex or triplex or whatever. But then I was reading the codes that we have that we probably developed over decades. And the values, the numbers in there, actually, let me start. Didn't notice anything about Main Street zoning. Are we going to do anything about Main Street to improve, to allow it to get developed, or adding different kinds of shops, different kinds of housing, and other than apartments? That's the one question I had.
Well, Main Street between Bothell Way, the Multi-Way Boulevard, and 102nd is already zoned in the most intense zoning in downtown. So the zoning's there, and nothing in this proposal affects that.
Cool. So sounds good. The other thing I noticed, we are not, I guess, okay, these are a side topic. I'm not going to talk about this. So there is urban growth has been mentioned several times, and to the spirit of being transparent, like, can we describe what, not right now, but as we're doing the outreach, what urban growth means? That probably help us understand, us meaning residents of the city of Bothell, understand what we're doing better. Okay. It would, we explicitly mentioned, because we reference it, BMC 1207-015 about affordable, what affordable means, to Councilmember McNeil's point, that there was a specificity in that BMC about what affordable means. We either have to improve that definition or talk about what that means, which is 30% of your income, does not exceed 30% of your income to live somewhere, right, along those lines. I have a lot of questions also, but I'll go with the overall ones, and I will send the details, over to Mr. Boyd, and pointing at each other. Everyone, Kyle was pointing at you guys, and it's like you guys are pointing. I'll send it to the three of you. How about that? There are a lot of numbers in there. You look at the table, for example, if you look at the tables, and there's different zones, and then in each zone there's setbacks and minimums and maximums and all these things. My big overarching question, how those numbers derived? You don't have to answer right now, but it's a question because that clarifies if I want to convert to a duplex. If we talk about property owners converting their convert to duplexes, whatever, like, maybe we need to simplify the code. That's the overall thing. It's like, make it simpler for people like me who are not developers, who do not do this for a living, to understand, not have to spend thousands on consultants to be able to build something. The other question I asked here is, how are we working with transit agencies to improve transit across the city? Because there's housing, but then there's the systems around it and the services that are provided, like corner stores you mentioned earlier and other services. Are we working with are we thinking about the services aspect and transit. If we want to say we want to be close to half a mile, but the bus only runs on 522, well, what happens to the areas that are away more longer than half a mile? Speaking of half a mile, I live 0.7 miles away from the transit stop, and I walk to the transit stop. What happens if I'm just outside that radius? Am I not I not qualify to build those housing? Questions that I have. And the usual objection is that there isn't enough infrastructure. Number one, we need to define what infrastructure means. You alluded to utilities and water, sewer, for example. And you answered the question, but are there other infrastructure, quote unquote, type things that we need to think about? I don't even know what we need to define what infrastructure means. And if we haven't identified them all and addressed them all, when are we going to do that? I have a lot of more detailed questions about 5%, 20, and 50. I will send those in an email later, just for the sake of time. But those are the overall big picture questions that I have as a relative newbie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the good news is that I only have a few questions left that haven't been asked. First off, I appreciate the fact that over a year's worth of touch points and outreach to the community just so far have been listed here. The patience and thoughtfulness from staff in this process is very appreciated. I can almost talk tonight. And I also appreciate the fact that we're 3 grants in and finding funds outside of the city to do this. And really appreciate the effort staff and the Planning Commission made to make sure these recommendations encompassed feedback from the community. Additionally, I appreciate this coming to us on the day after the holiday in which we honored Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Dr. King actually spent the last couple years of his life advocating around housing to the point where the Fair Housing Act was passed just about immediately after his assassination in an effort to honor his legacy. A couple questions before I get into my points. We received some public comment today from people who seem to think this would result in rapid wholesale change in Bothell. And I've heard you say that ADU development has been pretty low, and we haven't even received an application for a corner lot duplex, and we did that a little over a year ago. Is there a way to look at what we've seen in Bothell and other jurisdictions so we can give people a more realistic idea of the rate of change and the rate of development we expect to see in Bothell?
I'm working on that. I'm hoping that as part of one of the early deliverables from the consultants on the middle housing implementation grant, that they can give us some better numbers to provide to you in the next month.
Fantastic. Separate ownership of middle housing, condoization, like the gentleman from the Realtors mentioned. You mentioned in the presentation that's something that there's a duplex in Bothell that has already done that. Is that something that we're looking at as part of this legislation?
Not as part of this legislation, but it's something that we're looking for the implementation grant to identify strategies that we might consider.
I would be incredibly supportive of that because it opens up more ownership opportunities. That is how my in-laws were able to afford a place with a little yard in Monroe. And another question, have we looked at what sort of land cost is necessary for a fourplex to pencil out?
No, we haven't done that detailed analysis, and that could be part of the implementation grant.
I'd like to see that, because if you talk to any developer, like, nobody's buying a $2 million house to tear it down next to another $2 million house and build a fourplex. And if we had an idea of the land cost that could pencil out, I mean, look, this development isn't going to happen quickly. Kirkland's done it, and I mean, my neighborhood directly abuts a Kirkland neighborhood, and I think they've seen one house or one lot get redeveloped, and honestly, they probably put a couple houses in there, and they just would have had a McMansion go in there anyway. It was going to get redeveloped anyway. What I'm getting at is there a way that we can communicate with the community how incremental the change is going to be, or that we expect? Fantastic. Another question about property taxes. When new housing gets constructed, the new property taxes that go toward our special levies get taken off the tax rolls for existing residents, correct? Like the levy amount doesn't change, and when somebody builds it, they're taking part of it?
That's my understanding, that the tax load gets spread across the community.
Yeah, and as we build and new residents come in, they are, in terms of the special levies, they are taking part of a fixed pie away from the people that already live there, correct?
Correct, but I think I'm not the expert on that, so.
Mayor, I think we could follow up with some more information. There's been 3 questions about property tax. I think we'll dig into that a little bit more, and maybe that's an attachment to the next.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. I appreciate the standardization of design and ownership requirements among different housing types. You know, I've never understood why we have all of these concerns about smaller, more affordable housing types that we don't have about the status quo, when the status quo caused all of our problems. And I also appreciate the lot sized averaging as well. So we're talking about buildings here, but the why behind the buildings is people. And when we're against new housing, what we're really against is new neighbors. I want Bothell to be a welcoming city. And right now, our housing market tells people to get out. This topic fundamentally asks us, who do we want to be? Are we a city that, after climbing the ladder of the American dream, is going to pull it up behind us so our kids can't follow? Or are we going to extend a hand and welcome the next generation to Bothell to raise their families? We're asking if a Bothell resident can convert their home to a duplex to care for an aging parent, or do the same for an adult child with disabilities. What I consider family values should say yes to that. Currently, 52% of young adults 18 to 29 live with their parents. The last time that happened, the Great Depression. Collectively, if we provide housing for just those people in the neighborhoods that they're already living in because they live with their parents, we're simply enabling them to have independence. There are a ton of homes in Bothell who rent rooms out in their home. Many of the people that live there would live in middle housing instead if they could. And here's the thing, they already live in the neighborhood. The character of the neighborhood has them in there already. One of the reasons I like middle housing is what I mentioned earlier in Kirkland, because it happens slowly and allows neighborhoods to evolve with time, rather than freezing them in amber the moment they were built. And that is something historically that protects neighborhoods from rapid change. Because if you don't do anything for a long time, eventually it all gets bottled up and something abrupt happens. No neighborhood should be subject to rapid change, but no neighborhood should be immune from change. And the two complement each other well. If middle housing would have been legal in the post-war era, we would have lots of older, smaller units, the types that are generally more affordable, because we all know new housing is rarely, affordable. The best time to allow this type of housing would have been this whole time, because we'd be in a much better place if we did. The second best time is right now. Now, a lot of folks have referenced the comp plan. The work for that was mostly done in 2014. I just jumped on the state's website for the Office of Financial Management. The average home price in Washington, I couldn't find it specifically for Bothell, is more than double what it was in 2014. We have a very different context now than the council did in 2014. And I think we should change our approach when our context changes. What we did in 2014 wasn't canon. I also want to touch on affordability. As we have the discussion around affordability, I think it's important to compare the affordability of middle housing to the other alternative we have, which is not doing middle housing. Not comparing middle housing to some future in which we do nothing and there is abundant affordable housing for everyone. Middle housing, it's not going to fix every problem. It's not going to make 30% AMI housing. But it doesn't have to make a good, positive difference. The question this asks around affordability is this going to create a Bothell in which more people can afford to live here than not doing it? And the answer to that is clearly yes. Middle housing is generally smaller per unit than single-family housing. The land cost is far less than single-family housing. There's more housing, which decreases competition for existing affordable housing. Supply and demand still works. So it won't be affordable to everybody, but we're not subsidizing it, and it will help people be able to afford housing closer to where they want to live. That's a huge affordability win. I couldn't help but notice that in our presentation from the school district last week, by far the majority of kids come from single-family neighborhoods. The thing about having kids is that you're making more people, and eventually they're gonna need a place to live. And your only choices are to build more housing where we've already developed, or to pave over some farmland and cut down some forests. It doesn't seem reasonable to me to exempt the areas in the city who are having almost all of the kids, creating almost all of the housing demand, from adding the new housing that their kids are going to need when they become adults. We've heard through various surveys, the budget survey last week, a couple things that Bothell prioritizes that we know are near and dear to our hearts. And one of them is the environment and climate. Building more housing in between the housing that already exists is a huge environmental win. There isn't an argument here. When we live in greater proximity to each other, not only do we live less carbon-intensive lives, we protect forests and fields from getting developed. Now, unfortunately, almost all of Bothell's forests and fields have already been developed. That happened because the cities closer to the urban core didn't allow enough housing there. So Bothell got developed. So again, who do we want to be? Do we want to do the same thing to the communities on the periphery right now that were done to us that we don't like? Or do we want to be better than that? For me, I want to protect those forests and fields. The other thing we hear a lot about is adequate transportation. Nobody likes traffic. And I understand, I also don't like traffic. And we've already paved almost 19% of Bothell to drive on. So I'm not sure how much of Bothell we'll need to pave on to have the infrastructure to support the growth. But we've tried pretty hard and it's not working. So let's look at what traffic actually is. Traffic is people driving cars. There are a few things we know. Number one is that we don't want more traffic. Parking has been a conversation here. More parking attracts more cars and creates more traffic. There are not a fixed amount of cars in Bothell. The more infrastructure we subsidize for them through mandates, the more of them we're gonna get. Sort of if we opened a pizza restaurant right here and we started giving away 1,000 pizzas a day, Bothellites would eat more pizza. If we want less traffic, we shouldn't subsidize more of it by forcing developers to build infrastructure that creates it. So if we want less traffic, what do? If you want less traffic, you have to do one of two things. Either people need to take fewer trips in their cars, or people need to drive less distance for the trips they do take. That's it. The only path we have forward to accomplish those things is to put new housing closer to the places people need to go. If we do that, we make it possible to replace more car trips with walking or biking. We don't need people to live car-free in order to reduce traffic. And when people do need to drive, since they're closer to the places they need to go, they'll drive fewer miles. Less traffic, less climate pollution, and a lower long-term maintenance cost for the city. It's a win all the way around. And if you don't believe me, we can just look at the last 20 years. When the status quo, in an effort to prevent traffic, has forced people to move elsewhere, they still drive here. Has traffic gotten better in the last 20 years? Nope. The way we do things now caused that. Middle housing didn't cause that. I appreciate that the packet called out that these are similar in scale to single-family homes and compatible in design. The care to preserve the look and feel of Bothell's neighborhoods like mine is apparent, while still trying to address some of our community's biggest problems. These homes are, like has been said a few times, they're all over Lower Maywood, Valley View. They're part of the character of some of our most loved neighborhoods already. And to the community, I think every single one of us up here on the dais lives in a single family home that their family owns. We don't want to do anything that's going to make living here worse. Not only do we serve at the community's pleasure, guys, we live here too. Now, I want to address the character of the neighborhood, because the way our neighborhoods look and feel is important. But the real character of our neighborhoods is found in the people who live there. When I bought my home in Bothell, I was 25, and I made about $50,000 a year. I'm now raising my family in that home, and I think about people like me 18 years later. Middle to low income young people, born and raised here, just starting out in life, and wants to live in the same community they were raised in, wants to be close to friends and family. Talk to someone who's in their 20s and grew up here sometime about housing, and ask them how welcome they feel to stay in the community that raised them. The character of a neighborhood should be judged less by the way its buildings look and more by who it welcomes to the neighborhood. Because this isn't about buildings, this is about people. And for me to turn around 18 years after I bought my home and deny someone in the same position I was to be able to live in my neighborhood because I've got mine is not something I can sleep with. That's not the character I want my neighborhood to have. I want my neighborhood to be welcoming, friendly, and to not pull the rug out from under our kids unless they make a couple $100,000 a year. I want to see more friends, neighbors, kids, and people in the park or going on a walk. I want the character of my neighborhood to be excited to see more kids in a few decades so our grandkids can play together. All right, I'm wrapping up, I promise. The last thing I'm going to talk about is how politics is personal. And it's easy to tell from the feedback we've gotten how personal this is to people. So I'm going to get personal too. The first thing I'm going to talk about is my in-laws. They moved back to the country from a career overseas that wasn't tremendously lucrative, but very valuable a few years ago. And they wanted to live close to us. They ended up buying a home in Monroe because there was half of a duplex that they could afford. They wanted a small backyard because my mother-in-law likes to garden. She's really good at it. But that's not found in apartments. That's not found in the type of homes that we say, you're allowed to afford this. They couldn't afford a single-family home. And now they live in Monroe. I wish they were closer. I don't think my in-laws that spend a career working as missionaries in refugee camps is going to ruin the character of anybody's neighborhood. The second piece is my kids. I want my kids to be able to afford to live here if they want when they start their life. And the way things are right now, they don't stand a chance. These changes we're talking about, I think the word Senior Planner Boyd used was incremental. Another word for that is slow. These changes take time to bear fruit, and we are probably nearing the last possible minute to make changes that will produce meaningful results for my kids. Their names are Adele and Pierce. They're 8 and 6. They love music, sports, and school. I love them dearly. And I am unwilling to mortgage their future because I don't want my neighborhood to build housing for them. I want Bothell to welcome my kids when they start their adult life. They're good kids. They care about other people. And they deserve leaders and neighbors who care about them too, and not just when they're young and cute, because that's convenient. They aren't suddenly less worthy of our care when they're 23 and might be a little loud sometimes, because 23-year-olds don't always make the best decisions. But it's not just my kids. I don't want to talk about someone else's 23-year-old son or daughter like they're a nuisance that I need to be protected from. Every religion on the planet has a central tenet that reads something like, love your neighbor as yourself. Ask yourself, is forcing your neighbor to move away as soon as they grow up loving? Is that who you want to be? Because it's not who I want to be. These are the stakes of the decision that's in front of us. And if you look around the region for the last 50 years, we've mostly decided from a policy standpoint that we don't care if our kids have a place to live here. I don't understand making more people and deciding that your neighborhood is too full to make room for them when they will need a place to live. I care about my kids, and I care about yours too. They're gonna need a place to live, and I hope neighborhoods in Bothell have the character to make sure they have one. All right, council conversations.
I'll go first. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. As a resident, community member of Bothell, a black man living in Bothell, who bought his home here in Bothell, you know, I feel pretty good today. And when we talk about what it means to feel welcome and be in a welcoming city, the people that came up here and spoke tonight, that's why I feel welcome. And I think words matter. When we say things, how we say things, how we treat one another, it all matters. It all matters. Little subtle things can mean a difference. And if we don't understand how we look at life through different lenses, things that we say can be offensive. So I want to leave you with something tonight, the night after we celebrated Martin Luther King. There's been a few things that have been said about anti-racism, about red laws, all these different things that have taken place. I want to leave you with something that I feel. As a black man living in this community, I feel welcome. I feel welcome here. Now, I don't speak for all black people that live in the city of Bothell, nor do any of us. But the one thing to remember is that when we say things, they mean something different. And some things have been said today that offend me. As a black man living in Bothell, as an elected leader living in the community of Bothell, one who worked his tail off to acquire the home he lives in, who's raising his family here, his biracial family in this community. One that's had a mother that's lived in this area for 57 years, who's endured things that you could never imagine. So I just want to leave you with something tonight as we have council conversations, is to remember your words. When you say things, they may not mean the same thing to you that they mean to others. And I'm just letting you know tonight, I feel offended by a few things that have been said tonight. But I'm happy to be in Bothell. I'm happy to represent the community of Bothell. And I'm going to continue to do so that we all feel that we're all being treated equally. This is not the 60s. It's not the 70s or the 80s, not the 90s. This is the 2000s. And some of us have endured a lot to get here. Just keep that in mind.
quiet group, long meeting. Last chance before I gavel. All right, we're adjourned.
We do have the executive session.
Oh, we have a, I get in the habit. Are we going to adjourn directly from executive session?
Yes, please.
All right. We are going to adjourn to executive session pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1I, anticipated to last 30 minutes with no action expected. We will adjourn at 10:46 p.m.
Recording stopped.